Assalamu alaikum. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, Excellencies, His Excellency, the President, Amina Gharib Fahim, the first female and sixth President of the Republic of Mauritius, His Excellency Mr. Takishia Jan Al Bagdrouj, the fourth President of Republic of Mongolia, Her Excellency Mrs. Roselia Atagia, first female President of the Republic of Ecuador, His Excellency Mr. Rui Dato Guidero, 19th Prime Minister of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau, His Excellency, Her Excellency Mrs. Donia Momnoon, former Foreign Minister of Republic of Maldives, His Excellency Senator Dr. Abdurrahman Malik, former Interior Minister of Pakistan, Honorable Mrs. Asra, Director of the International Organization, Department of the Foreign Relations, Kurdistan Regional Government, Kurdistan at Iraq, His Excellency Ambassador Malik Nadeem Abed, Secretary General of the International Human Rights Commission from New York, His Excellency Ambassador Dr. Hassan Hussayyed, Senior Advisor, Special Representative, Envoy to the United Nations Office at Geneva, International Human Rights Commission, His Excellency Ambassador Mrs. Shani Hamid, International Government Senior Advisor, Presidential and Ministerial and Philanthropist, Honorable Mr. Olmedo, Environmentalist, SDG Advocate, Social Media Expert, His Excellency Ambassador Malik Nassim Ahmad Khan, former elected reserve member of the Swedish Parliament, Ambassador at Large of the International Human Rights Commission for the EU region, His Excellency Ambassador Yuvas Petrus Asi, politician, former presidential candidate, and the IHRC Ambassador to Cameroon, Honorable Nasir Ahmad Gilani, Senior Chief Planning Commission, Government of Pakistan, Mr. Emmanuel Gabari, broadcaster, social worker, media person, Mr. Sarkar Tanveer Ahmed, President of the Youth Parliament of Bangladesh and Lady Diana Award holder, Mr. Hajbiba Mustafov, Chairman, Student Trade Union of Baku, Mr. Abdul Razak, journalist and IHRC diplomatic representative from Nigeria, Mr. Khanzada Sorab Khan, human rights activist, climate activist from Pakistan, and Dr. Tariq, His Excellency Dr. Tariq, Ambassador Tariq from Egypt. Welcome everyone, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, into the World Environment Day 2021 conference to celebrate and to deliberate on the event that is the world and planet of us. Before I start this conference, I once again thanks on behalf of the International Human Rights Commission to all of you Excellencies, honorable distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very much thankful to all of you that you always given us an opportunity to online during this COVID pandemic time. You all gave us a full strength and support, not only to the International Human Rights Commission, but to the all international organization wherever you participate and wherever you stand. This is the first time that we are, after a decade, we are uh, hostage of a pandemic, and this pandemic is forcing us to be stay at the situation where we are all, and hopefully the when there will be end of a vaccine nationalism, we will join hand together, hand to hand and face to face. Ladies and gentlemen, according to the keynote order of the day, I would like to request Her Excellency Dr. Amina Firdaus Fahim, first female president who wrote the history of Mauritius and the sixth president of the Mauritius, uh, to, to have a floor and to speak from your heart as you always do. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Excellency, thank you so much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and good day, and good morning, wherever you are. It gives me great pleasure to be addressing you on World Environment Day. Ladies and gentlemen, today is the right time to take stock of the state of our planet, especially as we're still navigating the current pandemic. Since last year, humanity has been living with the consequences of our broken relationship with nature, because we are yet to experience the full consequences of a changing climate. It is also a fact that we have and still overexploiting biodiversity to the point of a human-created sixth extinction, exacerbated further by other human-created climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, biodiversity refers to all the varieties of life forms that can be found on Earth, as well as to the communities that they form and the habitats in which they live. Forests are home to most of the world's terrestrial biodiversity, and they provide us with a wide array of services ranging from cleaner air, water to natural foods consumed by 1 billion people and cooking fuel for 2.4 billion people. Forests also have a direct impact on human survival, providing more than 86 million green jobs and supporting the livelihoods of many others. We must do more and better to ensure the protection of nature's gift. Obtaining sustainable benefits from forests means paying more attention to their needs, which are actually our needs too. The degradation and loss of forests and biodiversity is a contributing factor to disrupting nature's balance and increasing the risk of human epidemic diseases in general. While global deforestation slowed in the last decade, some 10 million hectares are still being lost every year, and alongside them, a vital species. Ladies and gentlemen, the world-changing coronavirus, previous zoonotic diseases like Ebola, Zika, chikungunya, and many other pathogens are a direct result of underinvesting in and overexploitation of nature through short-term extraction and ongoing encroachment. The evidence is clear that the main driver of deforestation is agriculture expansion, non-rational land use, and plantation for meat, oil, and cereal production, followed by subsistence farming activities, account for 75% of tropical deforestation. To turn the tide, we need to innovate and implement sustainable agricultural practices that leverage nature-based solutions and protect biodiversity. Agriculture's own function and resilience depends on biodiversity to support pollination services, water cycling, soil, and erosion controls. Protecting biodiversity is not only important for the environment, it is also a precondition for more diverse, healthy, balanced, and nutritious diets. It is clear that we have to change course and our way of doing business. We will need to invest more in nature so that she is better able to do her job and better provide for us. But the only thing that, of course, question us is how much will it cost? Ladies and gentlemen, the economic cost of biodiversity and ecosystem services is increasingly being flagged in conversations. Fortunately, the narrative is now changing in as much as we have started speaking on the cost of inaction. It is estimated that the benefits of protecting 30% of the world land and ocean outweigh the costs by a factor of at least 5 to 1. This is why we need to put in place integrated landscape approaches. Forests can be conserved and managed in ways that create jobs, reclaim ecosystems, and improve habitats for people and nature alike. Ladies and gentlemen, the IMF has estimated that 10 trillion of US dollars have been spent so far on official COVID-19 measures worldwide, and is forecasting that the global GDP has contracted by 4.9% only in 2020. An economic assessment follows an urgent call from scientists to protect at least 30% of the Earth's land and sea by 2030 to halt the collapse of biodiversity and the associated ecosystems. Protecting 30% of the world's land and ocean would require just 0.016% of global GDP. We have to concede that it's like a very low insurance premium and an incredibly safe bet on a system that has proven its sound productivity for over 3 billion years. Expanding protection to at least 30% of the world's land and ocean and effectively managing it would require an average investment of around 140 billion US dollars annually by 2030, which is less than 1/3 of the government subsidies currently directed to activities, mainly extractive industries, that precisely destroy nature. This investment would mean short-term net costs, but they will also offset by financial benefits over time. Ladies and gentlemen, the shocks from COVID-19 have painfully and miserably revealed the flaws and injustices in our economic, political, and social systems. Maybe nature is speaking to us. Whatever it is, we are where we are. And in this horrible moment, we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to reset where we want this trajectory to go, not just for us, but for future generations of all of life and its diverse, rich magnificence. Charles Darwin once wisely said, and I quote, "It is only the strongest of the species that survive. It is not the strongest of the species that survives, nor the most intelligent that survives. It is the one that is most adaptable to change," unquote. Will we evolve to invest in the foundation of our existence and rebroker our deal with nature for our long-term gain? Can we stop exploiting nature's energies for our own purposes only? Will we bend the arc of our economic and political systems to serve not just today, but tomorrow and the day after? Human ingenuity, innovation, and cooperation have brought us this far, but we must push through with every tool at our disposal, underpinned by science, data, and technology, to align truth with transparency, effective management to avoid sinful waste, and compassionate and loving relationship, leadership, kindness, and empathy towards each other and the rest of life on this planet. Nature knows what to do. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to keep at least half of our planet in a natural state and protect 30% of it by 2030. Just like us, our human race, other species have jobs, homes, and families too. We benefit from their productivity and output. Their byproducts keep us alive, and it's called oxygen. Just as we need to invest in our children, we need to invest in nature species, as they are our most cost-effective insurance towards stability and free services, vital for our survival. Nature's creatures not only help us avoid misery, they are talented, magical, and glorious in their own right. In addition to doubling down on what is left on the wild, we need to responsibly manage the rest. If we do so, we can support and feed the projected global population of 10 billion people by 2050. Ladies and gentlemen, hope is allowed, as there are many wonderful illustrative projects in responsible tourism, regenerative agriculture, and sustainable fishing and forestry that can be scaled for local communities to steward local resources in ways that allow people to live in harmony with nature for the long run and build resilient supply chains from the ground and up. However, it all starts from the foundation of those that were here long before us and that we all take for granted, all the other species that live on Earth. Ladies and gentlemen, just think for 1 minute. If we were to compress this planet's entire geological timescale to 24 hours, mankind would have appeared a few seconds before midnight. Can we justify and account for so much harm? Let us think about it. And more importantly, let us do something about it. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency President. This is our moment. We cannot turn back time, but we can grow trees, green our cities, rewild our gardens, change our diets, and clean up rivers and coasts. We, the generation that can make peace with the nature. Let's get active, not anxious. Let's build, not timed. This is what is the theme of today. And absolutely, you are very much right to say that we are at war with nature. We must stop it, and we should start by from now to give a better future to the coming generation. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your time and for your speech. Now I would like to introduce our second keynote speaker. He's a Mongolian politician who served as the president of Mongolia from 2009 to 2017. He previously served as the prime minister in 1998 and again from 2004 to 2006. Mr. Takishajan is was one of the key leaders that Mongolian democratic revolution that ended 70 years of communist rule in Mongolia and co-drafted the country's constitution, which guaranteed the democracy and free market economy. He has been labeled by his supporter as a freedom fighter and the golden sparrow of the democracy. His Excellency President Takishuddin Al-Baghraj, the floor is yours, Excellency President.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador Dr. Mohammed Shahid Amin Han. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. My country, Mongolia, is situated between two giant countries, between Russian Federation and People's Republic of China. And my country has a proud, long history. And recently, Mongolia has emerged one of the successful democracies in our region. In Mongolia, I served 2 times as prime minister and 2 terms as president, and worked with many international organizations to tackle environmental issues. And today, this meeting is very timely, and thank you for organizing this meeting for the World Environmental Day 2021. I think there are, of course, many challenges, many problems in the world, but there are many opportunities. I see from the environmental point of view, the new administration, United States, America, is actually joining to the Paris Accord and joining to global fight for environment. And that's really good news. And I think this is also very encouraging. Other giant nations will join. And recently I saw, and you saw, that many countries under the presidency of Joe Biden, they gathered, and through the network, they actually expressed their willingness and their commitment for the tackling issues related with the climate change. That was a really good news. And second good news is, of course, related with the renewable energies. You know, several years ago, using the renewable energy was not cheap. Then they're using the biofuel and the coal and others. But now, you know, getting the energy and using the renewable energy, thanks to the technology, became much more cheaper than the using those traditional ones. And this is also great news. And my country has, in terms of the renewable energy, we have a great potential. And to this global problem, Mongolia can offer and some good contributions to that. And in Mongolia, we have a big project called the Asia Super Grid, which is totally based on the renewable energy, I mean solar and wind energy. And in Mongolia, we have a big Gobi area, semi-arid and Gobi area that covers big land between China and Mongolia. From that, we can get energy, solar energy equal to today, which China consumes. That's big one. And in that, actually, many big countries are joining to that. And also, we have called the initiative called the Gobi Tech Initiative, related with the new technologies and extracting energy from the renewables. And that's my actually. I want to be very brief because, you know, in Mongolia we have a democratic country. In Mongolia we have an election, presidential election, and I'm supporting my party's candidate. And in Mongolia now midnight, even though midnight, we have also election at the peak. And I'm one of the supporters, and I'm also joining to them now. And Ambassador, I really appreciate your kind invitation. And thank you very much inviting me. And I'm happy to join in your further efforts, you know, to tackle these issues and contribute to global ones from Mongolian side. And I think we can bring some diversity, and also we can bring some solutions to the emerging issues in the world. I think our Blue Planet has also actually sent us very good message. If people tackle this problem related with the climate change, our Blue Planet can recover very quickly. You know, during this COVID time, almost one and a half year, we see that all those air pollutions and other related with the emissions actually recovered a lot. And means that in our lifetime, we can recover, our Blue Planet can recover all those, maybe not all those losses, some of those losses, and also recover for the good of our next generation. I wish a very good, pleasant discussion for this great day, and thank you for this great initiative. Thank you very much. All the best from Mongolia.
Thank you so much, Excellency President. All the way greetings from Pakistan to the people of Mongolia under your great leadership over there. You are really a father of our democratic Mongolia, and I hope under your guidance we will also make this happen, that the Mongolia will be more prosperous. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce Roshni Bhattarai. She is the Secretary of the Department of Foreign Affairs of the International Human Rights Commission, and she is the co-host of today. So Roshni, you are here. Let me finish my line before you are taking up your line as a co-host. So ladies and gentlemen,
sir. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen and excellencies, let me introduce the Ecuadorian educationist, lawyer, writer turned politician, who served as the vice president in 1996 and becomes the country's first female head of state as the president in 1997. She was the Secretary General of the Amazon Cooperation Treaty Organization until 2007 and is the member of the editorial board of Encyclopedia Britannica. She served as a member of the Nizami Ganjvi International Center, a global policy think tank composed primarily of current and former presidents and prime ministers, and has lately contributed an article on the virus and the economy to its journal. Her Excellency Dr. Roselia Arteaga Senaro, first female president of the Republic of Ecuador. Excellency, floor is yours.
Thank you, dear Ambassador, excellent Ambassador, Dr. Mohammed Sahir Hamid Khan, dear Excellencies that are participating in this very important day, Environmental Day, and all the people that are participating in this event. Good morning, good afternoon. For me, it's good morning in Ecuador, in South America. Well, I want to focus my words in one thing that I has been thinking all these days. It's about the commitments of what's happening about environment in the world, and most of the people and the governments talk a lot about the commitments of the governments. Of course, if we think about the SDG and all the declarations when we talk about the Kyoto Protocol and the Paris Agreement, we are thinking about the duties of the governments, what the governments, the ministers, the presidents, the prime ministers can do about this challenging situation. But I am thinking about what the human being, the person, the individual can do in our everyday life. I know exactly the power of civil society, the power of the thoughts, the power of the words and the examples that we can provide to the next generations. When I think in the most important revolutions in the world, they started with words, with sometimes some declaration with a paper or a newspaper article. And that's the importance of the words that are coherent with the actions. And in this sense, I invite everybody to do our part like human beings, what we can do for reduce, to recycle, to diminish the use of some very important elements like water, how we can save water in our everyday action. If we put together all these apparently small efforts, we can do a lot. And I can present lots of examples about it, about saving water, how to recycle, how to reduce, how to do every day something small to prevent the big collapse, I think that when I was reading a book that impacted me a lot, the book Collapsus by the geographer Jared Diamond, he compares the whole planet like an island. And he put an example of the island of Pascua that is part of the territory of Chile in South America. This island that is very far from in the Polynesia is very far from to all the other lands, and they consume it all the natural resources, all the trees what were cutted, all the food what was consumed, and finally the culture of Pascua Island was totally disappeared from the earth. And people, the investigators, the researchers, they are thinking, what happened? Why a civilization disappear? And that's because they eliminate all the natural resources, and they were not closer to any other part of the world to be saved. It's the same with the Earth, with the planet Earth. It's like an island in the middle of the universe. And we are not close to any other planet that can provide us the food, the water, the resources. it's not possible yet, and until maybe some researchers and scientists can arrive to other planets, to other like kind of similar planets that can provide the resources for life. Then we are in the same risk that an island that consumes everything and don't have any other place to take the food and the supplies that we need for life. It's the same. We are in an island in the middle of the universe. And then we have to protect the resources that are limited. They are not unlimited. When we were small kids, for example, when we study mathematics, and I'm a teacher, I used to be a teacher, and the teachers used to say to us that there are some elements that they are limited, like food or things that we have around us. And they say there are some elements that they are unlimited, like the sands of the ocean. They put an example, like the stars on the firmament, or the water. But we now know that the teachers of mathematics are wrong, because water is not an unlimited element, it's limited. And when we think about the good quality of water to human consumption, it is even more smaller. Study says that probably in the very close near future, the wars are going to be because of water, because we cannot live without water. We can live without gold, we can live without diamonds, we can live without a lot of things, but not without water, or not without clean air. And that is a big challenge that we are experiencing nowadays. I had the fortune, as Ambassador said, I was the leader of an organization, not an NGO, an intergovernmental organization between the 8 countries of the basin. Ecuador is part of the Amazonic basin. And we know that we have extraordinary resources, the most biodiverse part of the world, the biggest deposit of water. If we compare the Amazon River with the other 9 rivers in the world, the deposit of the waters of the Amazon is bigger than the other 9 rivers. And we have this continuous tropical forest, bigger in the world. But we are not being in the possibility to take care of this forest. And that's a big challenge for the governments of the countries, but also for the people of the countries, and also for the originarian people there. They are in this big forest, 7.5 square million of kilometers. We have the basin, the Amazon basin. And they're in this big basin. They are non-contacted people yet, people that never had a contact with Western or other kind of civilization. They are still going around the forest, and they are in a big risk to disappear because of the advances technology to exploit the gold, the oil, the petroleum that we have there, or the diamonds and precious stones. And this is a big risk also, that with the people, the originarian people, disappear not only the people, but the cultures, style of life, that they are better to protect the forest than that we can do. Then I feel that these kind of days, like Environmental Day, we have to make a pause, to stop a little bit and to think about what we can do, what's in our hands. Of course, many of us has had here the possibility to lead a country, or to lead a big organization, or to lead cities, big cities. But every one of us has the possibility to do the effort, the best effort, to make it possible, the good quality of life in our planet, because the planet is the only one that we have, and it is linked in between the planet. All of us, we are linked, not only because of the technology, but linked by the environment, linked by the big, because it's the big house that we have, and we have to preserve it. I wanted to share some ideas and to appeal, to advocate for the individual position for the individual action to preserve the planet Earth. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, let me add here something that Her Excellency was the candidate of the civil society for the UN Secretary Generalship. And unfortunately, the UN system is a little bit much bureaucratic than the open. But I must say that the Excellency made a very right decision to step in as a candidate, as an for the Secretary Generalship. And I wish that the next Secretary General after Antonio Guterres, who will be, that should be a woman. So the gender parity should be taken place into the international organization as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we meet in this unusual way in a second most unusual year. We are facing a devastating pandemic, new heights of a global heating, new laws of the ecological degradations, and new setbacks in our work towards the global goals for the more equitable, inclusive, and sustainable development. To put it simply, the state of the planet is broken and need to restore our Earth. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time, and thank you very much, Excellency President, for your advice and for your words. The floor I'm now giving to the most dynamic man of the Africa. He is a Guinea-Bissau politician who was the transitional prime minister of the Guinea-Bissau from May 16, 2012 to the July 3, 2014. Before that, he was a commissioner at the West African Economic and Monetary Union at Burkina Faso. After holding a number of high-level positions in the government of Guinea-Bissau, including Minister of Economy and Finance, Minister of Civil Services and Public Administration, Mr. Rui Dato Barros is a computer scientist with various qualifications from the Old Dominion University, Norfolk, Virginia. He is a living legend who restored the democracy and democratic institution in the Republic of Guinea-Bissau. He is also a lifetime member of the International Human Rights Commission as a part of Intergovernmental Relations Council. His Excellency, Prime Minister Rui Dato Barros, floor is yours, Excellency.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, Dr. Muhammad Said, Ambassador and wartime of the International Human Rights Commission, all the participants of the conference, for me to stand here today as a keynote. Thanks the member of the board of the International Human Rights Commission for inviting me to take part today, 5 of June, with eminent personalities of the world.
Excellency, are you there? We are not hearing you.
I can't hear him.
He was on with 2 names, so something has happened.
Yeah, Excellency Prime Minister, are you there?
Excellency can't hear there.
Yeah, yes, Excellency is there. Yes,
I'm sorry, the connection is very bad. I'm continuing, yeah. I'm very happy that the United Nations chose Pakistan to host this important day, His choice is due to his ambitious project with which he plans to plant 10 million trees in a period of 5 years. This is one of the most ambitious forest efforts made by today. World Environment Day, established by the United Nations General Assembly in 1972, is one of the biggest annual events organized by the United Nations to generate awareness and political attention and the public action. The 10th
I think there is a problem, as the Excellency Prime Minister says, that there is a problem into the system, internet, and we are not hearing the Excellency Prime Minister, and hope he will
Excellency
join
can't
us.
hear.
Excellency Prime Minister, we are not hearing you. Ladies and gentlemen, before the Excellency Prime Minister link will be restored, let me introduce the next speaker on that time. His Excellency Ambassador Muhammad Ashraf Hadi, Director General of the Southeast Asia Cooperative Environment Program. He's the ambassador of the Afghanistan to Sri Lanka. He's supposed to speak today in this summit, but unfortunately, he got hospitalized and sent us his message that he is unable to speak, but he gave us good wishes and standing that on this environmental day, he will be with us. His thought is with us. And I, on behalf of the International Human Rights Commission and all of you, wish that he should get the speedy recovery soon to join in our next event. Humanity is waging war on a nature. This is the suicidal nature always striking back. And it is the already doing so. With growing force and fury, biodiversity is collapsing. 1 million species are at risk of extinction. Ecosystems are displacing before our eyes. Deserts are spreading. Wetlands are being lost. Every year, we lost 10 million hectares of the forest. Oceans are overfished and choking with the plastic waste. The carbon dioxide they absorb is acidifying the seas. Coral reefs are bleaching and dying. Air and water pollution are killing 9 million people annually, more than 6 times the current toll of the pandemic. Before I invite the next speaker, let me introduce her. She is the former Minister of Foreign Affairs, 2013 to 2016 of the government of Maldives, and the eldest daughter of the former Maldivian President, His Excellency Mamoun Abdul Gayoom, played a key role in establishing and re-emerging close ties with the traditional friends such as India, Sri Lanka, and Pakistan. She provided leadership for the Maldives in its second term, serving on a UN Human Rights Council. After her tenure with the UNFA in January 2007, she took up the position of the Deputy Minister at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. She was appointed Minister of the State for Foreign Affairs by the President Dr. Muhammad Wahid Hassan in February 12. Excellency Foreign Minister, Mrs. Dunia Mamoon, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ambassador Dr. Muhammad Shahid Amin Khan, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum and a very good evening to all. It is a pleasure to address this very esteemed gathering on the occasion of World Environment Day 2021. Let me, on this opportunity, congratulate Pakistan, who are hosting this year, for their achievements in the field of environment. And I thank the International Human Rights Commission. The theme of World Environment Day this year is Reimagine, Recreate, and Restore. And its focal point or theme is ecosystem restoration. Ecosystem restoration means preventing, halting, and reversing this damage to go from exploiting nature to healing it. Coming from the Maldives, one of the most low-lying island nations of the world, I am and have always been acutely aware of the threat that climate change poses to my country and our very survival. Climate change is a pressing reality for the Maldives, the Indian Ocean's picturesque archipelago comprising of 1,200 islands, with the highest point of the island nation no more than 8 feet above sea level. It is one of the most vulnerable countries in the world to the impacts of climate change, from sea level rise to more frequent and intense weather events. Environment has been an issue of huge significance in the Maldives for a number of years, and World Environment Day is colorfully marked in my country in usual times. In fact, it was the former president, Maumoon Abdul Qayyum, my father, who brought the issue of climate change to international fora for the first time in 1987 at a Commonwealth Summit. Our leaders have subsequently echoed it at every international summit since. Climate change, however, isn't just a threat to Maldives alone. In the long run, no country, huge or little, wealthy or impoverished, will be immune to the effects of climate change. We have wasted far too much time and effort in recent decades debating whether climate change is real or not. Even though scientists have long concluded that climate change is indeed, that the climate is indeed changing, that it is real and caused by human activity. The evidence has been irrefutable for quite some time now. Today, as the world continues to be ravaged by COVID-19, we have come to understand better the intricate link between our environment, our ecosystems, and the increasing damage mankind is inflicting on our planet. We know that the frequency of pathogenic microorganisms jumping from other animals to people is increasing due to unsustainable human activities. Pandemics, such as COVID-19 outbreaks, are a predictable and predicted outcome of how people source and grow food, trade, and consume animals and alter environments. As per UNEP, there are a number of human-mediated factors that are most likely driving the emergence of zoonotic disease, increasing human demand for animal protein, unsustainable agricultural intensification, increased use and exploitation of wildlife, unsustainable utilization of natural resources accelerated by urbanization, land use change, and extractive industries, increased travel and transportation, and changes in food supply and climate change. Not too long ago, we had to imagine the impact of climate change. No one has to imagine it anymore. The amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere reached record levels in 2020. The last time carbon dioxide levels reached these levels was around 4 million years ago. The past decade was also the hottest on record. The year 2020 was more than 1.2 degrees centigrade hotter than the average year in the 19th century. The rate of ocean warming over the past decade was higher than the long-term average, and over 80% of the ocean area experienced at least one marine heat wave in 2020. These are not the record-breaking accomplishments I anticipated to witness in my lifetime. We're setting the wrong kind of records, and they're having disastrous and lasting consequences for our environment. Ecosystems all around the world are rapidly changing because of climate change, and the magnitude and frequency of extreme disasters has increased alarmingly. About 3/4 of the Earth's ice-free area has been altered, primarily to supply the demand for food, raw minerals, and human settlement, and nearly 1 million species are at risk of extinction. The sensitivity and reactivity of ecosystems to climate change varies, but changes in the natural ecosystems threaten biodiversity worldwide and have implications for global food production. The restoration of ecosystems to their former grandeur on a global scale is critical to solving these challenges and keeping our consumption and production patterns in check. Ecosystem restoration is also our single most important nature-based opportunity for climate change mitigation. We can make a significant step forward for society as a whole by putting ecological restoration at the heart of how governments achieve environmental resilience and sustainability. It allows individuals from all walks of life in my country and yours to participate in efforts to prevent and adapt to climate change and to turn a frighteningly large amorphous concept into a path towards a tangible, positive environmental action. The dangers of climate change are threatening not just us. It's threatening the fate of our future generations and the planet itself. With their futures most at stake, children and youth must be heard and their needs integrated when governments address the climate emergency. What I hope for my children is not that they inherit our mistakes tenfold as a burden to bear. We asked our children to dream big, to achieve high, and what better way than to lead by example and show what can be achieved. It has been our actions that have resulted in this crisis, and it must be our actions that will solve it too. Thank you very much. Thank you, Excellencies.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Pakistan to you and to your great father, and give our regards because we are very much concerned about his health and well-being. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Prime Minister Rui Dato Barros has joined us. The Excellency, floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Excellencies. Dr. Muhammad Amin Khan, Ambassador and the World Chairman of International Human Rights Commission. It is a great honor and a pleasure for me to stand here today as a keynote speaker. Thanks the member of the Board of International Human Rights Commission for inviting me to take part today, 5 of June, with eminent personalities of the world to discuss about actions and the impacts of the World Environment Day. I'm very happy that the United Nations chose Pakistan to host this important day. His choice is due to his ambitious project, which he planned to plant 10 million trees in a period of 5 years. This is one of the most ambitious forest efforts made to date. World Environment Day, established by the United Nations General Assembly in 1972, is one of the biggest annual events organized by the United Nations to generate awareness and stimulates awareness of the environment and enhance political attention and the public action. The theme of Environment Day 2021 focuses on the ecosystem restoration. The ecosystem means the sustenance of life on the planet. The care and the protection have a direct impact on the health of the planet and its inhabitants. I can say that today's data serve as a people day for doing something positive for the environment because we need to make peace with the nature. There is no doubt that with the coronavirus outbreak and the people being confined indoors, the environment seems to have benefit slightly because of the absence of intense of human activities, because most of the cities under lockdown. There has been a significant reduction in carbon emissions, which has restored the ecological system. Biodiversity is the foundation of all life on the earth. And without it, human health is compromised. Clean water, pure air, nutritious food, everything depends absolutely on it. Human activities have been altering the planet for decades, causing unprecedented loss of the biodiversity. Glacial ice is melting. Coral reefs have been cut in half, and a vast tract of forest have been lost. We are on the brink of mass extinction, which will have serious consequences for humanity, involving the collapse of food and the health systems. According to United Nations data, the restoration of 350 million hectares of degraded terrestrial and aquatic ecosystem could help eliminate 13 to 26 gigatons of greenhouse gases. This recovery can be done in different ways, either through active planning or by removing any pressure so that nature can recover on its own. Some statistic data of 2019 show that 5% to 15% of total energy consumption on the world's homes comes from devices that are inactive while we sleep, which we could unplug to save energy, and 92% of the world's population lives in places where air pollution exceeds its limits. My country, Guinea-Bissau, constituted by a continental part and a group of about 80 islands and the islanders, despite the ongoing challenges of the global pandemic, the national priority for sustainable development is maintained by the government, targeting the objectives of preserving and preventing the biodiversity loss, reducing the ecosystem degradation through sustainable use of their components. I think the world needs long-term goals and the proper implementation of the strategies and the policies for global environment sustainability, and some actions and the measures must be taken to address the situation. To conclude, I want to underline this. Tomorrow begins today, and the next years will be a key to halting and reversing the environmental degradation of the world ecosystem in order to allow us to improve the quality of life, help eradicate poverty in the world, and lead to society towards a more sustainable future. Within the framework of the celebration of the Environment Day, effort focused on motivating people and the communities to become more active agents of sustainable development and environmental protection. For that, people should be invited to improve their consumption habits, companies to develop more ecological model, and the governments to protect wilderness areas, teachers to educate in natural values, young people to speak out for the future of the planet, because protecting the environment requires everyone's support. Human prosperity need not cost the health and the well-being of humanity depend upon the responsible management of the planet natural resources. And to close my proposal, I wanted to say this: we can contribute to the environment and make peace with nature in order to prevent climate catastrophe, reduce environment pollution, and stop the loss of biodiversity through restoring of ecosystem, moving to our low carbon, climate resilience economy, using renewable technology, have the advantage of providing energy at a lower cost than fossil fuels and making countries more sustainable, conserving of forests and the land using chains. Thanks, and I wish a great success to the conference. Peace with nature.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for this guide and to us also to move forward with the UN system and the world organization, so that we can move to restore the environmental and ecosystem which at this moment our planet needs. Thank you very much, Your Excellency Prime Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, the next speaker is very well known. He's a senior politician, former Interior Minister of Pakistan, Chairman, Institute of Research and Reforms, a writer, security expert, and Chairman, think tank Global Eyes. His Excellency Senator Dr. Abdur Rahman Malik, Nishane-Imtiaz, Pakistan, is the honorary PhD by the Karachi University in recognition of the matchless services to the country in war on terror, and particularly in restoring peace to the citizens of Karachi and Pakistan. He has served as a Federal Minister of Interior and in that capacity supervised the Interior and Narcotics Division. He has been member of the Nuclear Command Authority of Pakistan and Defense Coordination Committee, Chairman SAARC Home Ministers Forum, and leader of a Pakistan delegation to the SAARC for 5 consecutive annual sessions. He headed Pakistan delegation to India on a bilateral issue. He is also served as the Director General at Federal Investigation Agency and Chairman, Key Security Division of the Interpol. Ladies and gentlemen, as the Minister Interior, he has been main player in the war on terror. Mr. Malik has authored 5 books. His first book is A Modi Was Decorain, Indian Anti-Pakistan Side-On. It details on the core issues, and he is the one that who is arresting leader of Pakistan, His Excellency Senator Dr. Abdur Rahman Malik, Nishane-Imtiaz, Pakistan, former Interior Minister of Pakistan. The floor is yours, Excellency.
Welcome, Malik Saab.
Thank you, Naseem Bhai. Allah Rahman Rahim. Honorable Ambassador Dr. Shahid Amin, Prime Ministers, Ambassadors, journalists, and I should say the stars of the today. Especially, you are trying with your efforts to take toward me. And before I start my speech, my board has decided today that I should announce today for Dr. Shahid Amin a special award as International Green Ambassador for the world.
Mashallah, welcome, welcome. Thanks.
Your efforts.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And it is in recognition of your day and night, which I have been watching not only in person, through the media, through the Twitter, through the newspapers. And I'm so happy that you have got all of them. And what I know, what you have briefed me, and all other faces which I can see, smiling faces, they are all well known in the world. And you know, the services of Naseem Malik are very eminent. I can say a bureaucrat, I can say a politician, I can say a person who has done a lot for the society. To start with, I must say that we are here as a creation of nature. God created us as one of the creatures which you and me see today, every day. And God loved greenery. God still loves greenery. And before Adam and Eve, greenery came to this world. And if you see the famous tree, which we call wheat, if the trees were not there, how could that wheat can come which could exploit both of them? Having said so, greenery is an important part and parcel of life. Your Excellencies, we have so many laws, so many treaties, treaty on biovirus, treaty on mass destruction of arms. But let me say, with my 50 years experience of civil service, politics, I'm sorry, these treaties are made for you and me to discuss all that. Treaties are nothing unless they are governed by law. When I say law, I mean to say enactment. When I say enactment, I mean enactment actually introduced at the international level, which is UN. I'll give you one or two examples. Forgive me, I may take a few more minutes from your time. If you recall, in late 90s, a syndrome of money laundering was too much in the world. And everybody was talking of money laundering, but there was no such law at international level which could stop that, which could block that. And then all of us, stars like you, who are sitting in the assembly as a member states, they decided, no, let us come forward. Let's come forward with some plausible solution. And that solution came into the form of a charter to fight against corruption. A charter came against the money laundering. And you saw it. It's being implemented. Now, FATF is, of course, a separate identity which is handling it. It's not the forum I should be talking about. But fact remains that there is an effective control on money laundering and part of corruption, because as a PEP, I'm sure most of you are PEP, the Prime Minister of sitting here, especially Goswab, would appreciate that even he cannot open an account in his own country because he's a politician. So there are so many restrictions, and everybody has accepted very happily anything which is going good for the international community, we should be doing it. Now, having said so, now today, I noted one thing, that almost everybody spoke about COVID, because it has directly come like a skylab on us. And we are worried about us, about children, about our families, friends, and hence we are thinking always what to do with COVID, how we can get out of it, what are the remedies for it. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, within 3 weeks of the COVID having been actually emerged, I wrote this book. I'm not a doctor. I'm, of course, doctor of criminology, but not a medical doctor, not a virologist, not a biologist. So I decided to make some research. But my topic was different. Threat to the national security, biowarfare, or real violence. We all run to the hospitals for oxygen when we have COVID. Why can't we think this way? There has been a reduction in the oxygen, what we inhale. We inhale more carbon dioxide than even oxygen. God has kept this very ingredient in our life to clean our blood. Perhaps it is because of this pollution that the disease picked and moved faster. And I have my study in it, that those countries which do not have industrialization, pollution, they are much better off from COVID. And if you see the thickly populated countries like India, I wish and I pray to Almighty Allah that my Indian brother and sister get well soon. And this pandemic which is there, it must vaporize away, because humanity is something which needs to be respected. Now I will relate the humanity with the trees, because I say they are living things. If you go in the morning for a walk, you look at the trees, and the trees in fact give you a lot of good ideas. I'm a poet, I'm a writer of 7 books. And trust me, when I go out to the mountains in the nature, I write better on that night, because it gives you a kind of energy. So trees are basically there to give you energy. So I say, when we have law, if somebody kills somebody, there is section of law in every country that he has to be chopped off, or he has to be in the prison for life. When you cut a tree, in fact, you finish a tree. So what I mean to say, that while we are talking to the UN, and especially I would like to draw the attention of Dr. Sab, you are in the, of course, human rights side, and you have done a lot, Dr. Amin, for the world, for which not only as a human being, or we all are proud of you, Pakistan is proud of you for all that what you're doing day and night. I have something to inform you, and I have made that law for trees. Like you have a law for human beings, let there be a law for them. They are living beings. And you know, we all have some religion which you're following. Take the example of Christianity, Muslimhood, Judaism, any religion. There is nothing mentioned that you should cut a tree or you destroy a tree. You know, our Prophet, Hazrat Muhammad, he said the best thing you do when you go as a guest somewhere, if you do not have anything to give, just plant 2 trees before you leave. Just plant 2 trees before you leave. As similarly, in Christianity, if you see the Bible, read the Bible, it has got the preferences. We have deviated what our forefather and our religions have been telling about what is green. We need to make the world green. Unfortunately, we talk a lot. I talk a lot, being a politician. You also talk when you go to a different forum. Mr. Prime Minister, you are Prime Minister. I was Interior Minister, having served longest time in my country. Also, advisor on the narcotics. I've served my parliament more than 10 years. I have been consistently raising these points, but unfortunately, no government pays to any heed to it, because it is not important. It has not come to the level of COVID. Today, if there is no rain, it becomes a desert, no vegetation, people can move from one place to 100 miles away. What will happen when this whole world will get into desert? Where will we go? Will these satellites take us up? At the moment, there are 2,500 satellites which are moving around the orbit. And out of that, daily, 250 to 300 pieces are broken. When they move out of the orbit, they become even more ignoble. They are like a big fire. They are all adding towards pollution. I'm not saying that we should stop the industrialization. Of course, with the modern world, we need it. But there is one word which even the world has thought of it, the green fuel. Less emission. Where are we? We have to do it. Gentlemen, I'm not promoting a particular product, but with one of my friends, a scientist from Australia, who had invented green fuel, and voluntarily I invested, voluntarily I'm helping. It is based in US. Even we can reduce emission of 2% down, we can make a lot of difference, Your Excellencies. As we speak, the temperature which has risen up is 1.5. God forbid if it goes to 2, the species will die. The trees will suffer. And see what is happening to the sea life. We need to work something as a world, as a global village. We are no more scattered in longer continents. Just together, we are forgetting one very important aspect. And I have fought that war for a good 15 years. In my country, at the hands of Taliban, whom I gave the name of Zalman. Same goes with Afghanistan. And Your Excellencies, I'm telling you my personal experiences. When I ordered operation in Swat and Malakan, after taking aerial view, the trees were just kissing each other. They were so much. And when we won the war and sent those all Taliban out, most of them were burnt out because they were using as a fuel. They had done trade on that. It's an expensive item when it's a matured wood. So don't forget, war is another issue which will destroy our not only world, but also this pollution will be more. Anything when it burns, it produces CO2. Hiroshima is not far to remind us what can happen. And see how many countries are having at the moment the nuclear bombs, nuclear small weapons. Your Excellency, have we thought of it? Can we reduce it? Are we fighting for each other's land, their resources? Is it written in our holy books that in this century you have to fight and you have to produce nuclear atoms to fight your own human being friends? No. I'm sorry, and forgive me if somebody is from the world power sitting here. I wrote an article even day before yesterday on Afghanistan, which is suffering, and see how barren it has come because of bombs. People are scared. I have traveled undercover through Afghanistan as a former Director General of FIA. I could see the fears on the faces of the children of the war and the effects of the war which had already happened. I have a question to the world, including the world powers. What have you attained from Afghanistan war? Fine, you had your ego very fully satisfied by luring in USSR to this region, got us also to jump foolishly. And the way it is going on, it's very bad. My friends are from Africa sitting. You see what's happening and what those Nigerian Babaka is doing, which is stopping for the children to go to school. And see how they have, in fact, they are ingressing into Africa. Well, America can see a needle on the floor. Can't they see what the hell is going on there? Can't they see that? What they are going in Iraq? Is it not air pollution? Is it not destruction? We lost 70,000 people in Pakistan. Perhaps with air pollution, there might be 100 deaths. But the new pollution instruments, which are actually multiplying day by day. I'm writing a book on these tools soon, inshallah. I'll give it to the world based on my own experiences. I am sorry, I must be boring you with a little longer speech. But let me tell you, this is the time. We have to fight for us, fight for our future generation. I actually love the personality of Mr. Mamoon Qazi, because I had worked with him as a young officer, as a Director General of the FIA, like DGFBI and US. And then I had the chance to meet him when I was Interior Minister. And I know how he was put in jail. And I spoke to the then Prime Minister, take him out. A day is not far, you are going to be his place. It's a circle, it moves. So what I'm trying to tell, I'm not a preacher. I may be a bad guy in the eyes of Allah, but at least I know this, that we must create environments of love and affection. And that is only possible when the world power decides to talk of democracy. They are champion of democracy. And I had the courage to talk to President Obama directly to him, to President Bush in his office. And in the Interpol long meetings, I said, whatever you are doing, this does not display democracy. Because if one country has got the veto power to decide for the whole world, what kind of democracy are you talking? If there is a coup in a country, you go there, sanctions. But who's going to put the sanctions on you, my dear America, my dear West, my dear FATF, my dear 9 Gs? Who's going to do it? Who is suffering? Us, the third world. The third word. I'm using the third word again and again, because what is happening and how much money has G9 paid for the environmental purposes? They only give you money to just grow and then pull back, increase the prices, get bad in the eyes of your public. That's what exactly it is happening, Excellencies. What I mean to say, this is the time that we have to stand in UN. And we have to tell them as to what is the right way. And the right way is, when you are doing something for environment, let the power of veto power should be thrown in the sea, like OBL was thrown in the ocean. There's the time, because the people want that. Trust me, West. The West world does not know how the third world is going through after COVID. See the price list, see the price of the medicines, they're all suffering. I will give a small suggestion, 2 or 3 suggestions. I'll not take more time. I know I've taken more time. Thank you, Dr. Shahid Amin, for giving me a little liberty, and I hope my friends won't mind. I propose that the world must bring something like a bank. a bank of green trees. And in fact, I have given a name to it, that let this be like a green tree bank, International Green Tree Bank, and tie it with some suggestions and some incentives. Like in the past, United Nations did work. Gee, you plant a tree and we'll give you certain points. And I don't want to say who are those great leaders who have made money in this region and how it was misused. Now, it is a charter that let there be a 30% at least plantation. Okay, fine. There is always a monitoring system. So let them make this bank, and whatever number is planted in a country, that should be deposited in that bank, meaning thereby Pakistan has planted, let us say in this quarter, let's say 600 or 1,000 trees. It should be part and should be verifiable and should be regulated. I'm sure it will happen. And of course, there should be a law. If this does not come back to the UN, then there should be some sanction to that country as to why it is not being done. And last, which I have given an enactment to my country, if you like, you also can replicate it. Perhaps I would have been ignored, but having served in civil service, I'm a 70-year-old man, having 50 years my service at my disposal, and I have tried to learn my every day. I think when the town planners are planning a house or a building or anything related to construction, they should not give NOC if a small house does not plant 10 trees. A developer brings about 200 trees around it. What will happen? It will become a compulsion. If we start today, in 10 years' time, we'll have a number of trees. And I will give this draft of this enactment, which I have prepared. I made a draft, gave it to a very good legal expert, and he has also vetted it. I will give it to Dr. Saab, and I hope he will give all it to you to go through it. The final word, it's not only tree cutting, it's not only not tree planting. We need to curb our thousands of satellites spying on others. There is some positivity also, but its emission level has to be brought down. All industrialization in countries, that emission has to go down. And that can only come through an international law. The law in France, the treaty which has been signed in France, I'm sorry, it has not given a binding on a government to create a law which should be actually implemented as per the sovereignty of this country, exactly like the money laundering. And if they started today, let's say after 2 weeks, I'm sure, I think our presence here, that means has earned something. We have done something for the humanity. There's no doubt Africa is green. I pray, Mr. Prime Minister, that it continues. But what about us? We are becoming barren because of pollution, poverty, and the way the pollution is increasing by manifold. My friend, Naseem Malik, he has a lot of study on it. When he talks, he will tell you a lot about it. Let's learn to live with love, with less anger, respect the nations who are voiceless, like Kashmir. I can't say how much is in my heart and what I want to say here, but maybe one day I will request Mr. Shahid to get, perhaps I'll give a small lecture, not a speech, a lecture. 550 days, a nation has been put into curfew. They are unable to get the vaccine. They are unable to get food. My sisters and brothers are suffering because of that. My mothers and my sisters can't go to the hospitals. I'm a very strong man. I never had tears in my eyes. But while expressing to the international community, I feel like telling you that I have the knowledge. I get this information. They are suffering. Where is the international community sleeping? Is it not an environmental fact? Is it not an environmental issue? I hope that anything which hurts your heart, which hurts human body, why are we trying to have green world? So that our bodies are not hurt. We keep actually breathing the proper oxygen to save ourselves and keep us alive. The Kashmiri has the right to live. And finally, I pray to Almighty Allah and all those who matter in this world that take the trees like your brothers. I don't know, I can't differentiate between female and male trees, but I say treat them your brother and sisters. They are living beings. Bring law for them. Punish those who cut the trees, those who actually inflict trees. Let there be 10 to 15 punishment in a country. I can assure you the deterrent effect will come and it will multiply in many ways. And I promise you that this enactment, which I've actually stated, it will go to my parliament very soon. And I must say, Dr. Shahid, it is all your initiative. And I would, my board of IRR, which has decided to give you this award, I would like all of them next time present, and I will host. Even you want in Pakistan, are here, and please continue this good work. And don't miss Mr. Malik. He is a great asset to Pakistan, and he will remain a great asset to you. And I will be serving you like an assistant to you at your disposal anytime you want. Thank you very much. And the last, I pray for Mamoon, Qazi Mamoon, and his family. They have suffered, and let's hope you come back in power. And in the end, I would like to thank Amina, the co-host. In the beginning, I missed few words, but she spoke very well. The president of Corridor, Ecuador, had given very good words. Prime Minister, you also, Guinea-Bissau, have given good words. And I have been hearing a lot about you from Ambassador Shahid, and I hope to see you back in power. We need good people like you in power. And thank you, everybody. God bless you. And I pray that Almighty Allah put something in the heart that we have some kind of sympathies for the trees who are our sisters and brothers. Thank you very much. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, Your Excellency. First of all, I'm very humble and thankful for your gracious announcement for an award for me. I consider myself astonished on your this announcement, but it is a great honor for me and all of my colleagues that you are recognizing the services of all of us. I dedicate this award to all of my colleagues, those who made me from Dr. Shahid Amin Khan to the Ambassador Dr. Muhammad Shahid Amin Khan. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Before I ask my co-host, Ambassador Roshni Betrai, to take up, ladies and gentlemen, there is a one voice of a kid.
One thing I would like to say in the end, if my colleagues allow, if you have any question, whatever I said, if you have a doubt about war in this region and what happened from Pearl Harbor to Hiroshima to Germany, and how this, which I have suspected that this zero patient has not come, despite investigations, and I still feel it is a mandate. I have written a book on this. I would like to have the addresses, and I'll send by these 5 books to everyone. So whatever I have said it, I have actually owned it to the world level. It is with the United Nations also. Secretary General UN also knows that I'm a complainant in this one. and the former Prime Minister of New Zealand actually has been appointed as the investigation panel, and 40 actually investigators are investigating. They have asked my help. They have actually got my book, and I promise you, I will not care who one is, and what country one is, and how rich one is. I'll continue to pursue it till I get this positive or negative note that is it man-made or natural. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Obviously, that is a concern of the International Human Rights Commission, which along with you, I already raised into the international community for this investigation very long ago. And this was our initiative that on our pressure, the WHO General Assembly has took that step, but we need more further steps to be taken because still there is so many things lost. So many things are missing. So we will definitely pursue it after the final report of that COVID-19 investigation group, and then we will make the steps that what is a more important. Although this pandemic bring little bit good for the environment, but you know this pandemic is also a one cause of this disaster what the environment is causing for the humanity, and we cannot let go these things, whether it is a man-made or whether it is a natural. We will go after it, and inshallah we will do it. Ladies and gentlemen and excellencies, let me give a floor to a very school-going kid who wanted to speak on an environment day. The floor is with you, Arsa Khan. Unmute yourself. First unmute and then speak.
Your system, only then we will hear you, Princess.
Asra, unmute yourself before speaking. Unmute yourself and then speak. Yes, speak now.
Sorry.
Good. We can hear you now.
Respected President and honorable guests, greetings from Pakistan. Assalamu alaikum. I am Arsa Shahid, student of class 2 in Army Public School, Islamabad. Last year, I was selected by Green Pakistan as Green Living Ambassador. Today, which topic is given to me to express my views is World Environment Day. World Environment Day is celebrated on 5th of June every year since 1974. The main aim of this day is to aware people to protect their environment. As a kid, if I see there are issues like food waste, pollution, water shortage, and global warming. Every Environment Day have the host country. This year, Pakistan is the host. Saving environment is in our hands. So on this day, let us plan. We will protect environment by planting trees, reducing pollution, and deforestation. We should avoid use of plastic. We should save all nature resources like cut not trees, plant new trees, stop washing, wasting water, avoid to throw garbage. Taking care of environment today will promise us a happier tomorrow. It's a famous saying, don't be greedy, it's time to be green. Have a nice time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arsa. Your voice is heard as the Greta thumb voice was heard by the world, And I hope that the kids like you all across the world can speak to protect the environment, because it's a matter and it is a future of our coming generation. It's not just a matter of the elderly people or the youth. It is a matter of our children. Ladies and gentlemen, now I'm giving my part to be end here, not end here, but I'm with you. My co-host, Ambassador Roshni Betrai. Now the show is yours.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. First of all, I'm so surprised and happy to see that little one, our princess, is able to give a speech to us now. It's so pleasant. I can't express my happiness seeing her speaking in front of us in the conference. So, thank you, princess. You made us so proud and happy. So, let me begin with our second session of today's conference. And first of all, I would like to say welcome to you all for the second session and happy Environment Day. So let me begin with our Honorable Miss Hazma Haram Orizi. I don't know I pronounced her name correct or not. She is the Director of International Organization, Department of Foreign Relations of Kurdistan Regional Government of Iraq. So please welcome her. Ma'am Hazza Haram. I think she is not available right now. So let's move on. I will check again for her. Let's move on to our next list, and he is most beloved member of IHRC. He is His Excellency Ambassador Malik Nadim Abid, sir. He's from US, and he is General Secretary of International Human Rights Commission, New York Secretary. So, sir, please, the floor is yours.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most beneficent. Thank you so much, Rosni. It's a pleasure to be here. And thank you so much, Mr. World Chairman. You had always been very active talking about the issues and the problems faced by this world. Unfortunately, I don't have a written speech, just like our Honorable Mr. Rahman Malik. Beautifully written speech. Malik Saab, you're always very impressive. But I don't have my Gigi.
It was extempore. I have not read the speech, Your Excellency.
Okay, all right. Your comments. Okay, okay, wonderful. I don't have my written speech because I recently fired my my speech writer.
I'm sorry to intervene, Excellency Secretary General. I hope that if you will be come on a video so that the people will see your expression too.
I would have loved to, but I'm in an environment where I cannot turn on the video. And I apologize this time. And I promise next time I will be in the office and in a better environment where I can not only show my personal expressions, I can also show the beautiful office of International Human Rights Commission in New York as well. And I promise next time. And I would request to give this skip this time.
You can see you well, sir.
All right. Thank you so much. So those of you who know me, they know me that I'm not the speech maker. I am a person of actions. I'm just going to make one single quick comment. International Human Rights Commission is not only hosting these conferences, we are working very hard to bring a resolution in the General Assembly. Malik Saab, your comments were so impressive. We are working very hard to bring a resolution in the UN General Assembly to mandate all superpower, all Western worlds to spend 25%, or actually to mandate those powers to commit 25% of the revenue they generate by selling the weapons and arsenals to the world for the research of the environment and protection of the environment. These factories and these plants who are producing these arsenals, not only killing people around the world, they're also destroying our environment. So very soon you will see something very concrete, inshallah, in the General Assembly. And the only challenge we face is that the so-called third world countries who have the majority in the General Assembly, they are dependent on the Western world economically and financially, and sometimes they are unable to make the independent decisions. Just like when we were talking about the Palestine issue in the Security Council, 10 countries, they voted for the resolution brought in by Kuwait, and that is 2/3 of the 6 billion population of the world. So in other words, 4 billion people around the world wanted peace in Palestine. Only one country with 330 million people, United States of America, vetoed this. We had been working very hard to abolish the veto power in the Security Council, because I personally and we as an organization strongly believe that the Security Council's operative systems and the veto power is world's largest resistance to peace in the world. So we will be working very hard to bring in the resolution in the General Assembly for the environment and for the change in the United Nations Security Council operations as well, that once the 2/3 of the world population votes for something, we should not allow one single country to destroy the resolutions or the planning or anything. So thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much, everyone, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm so happy to listen to all of you. That's definitely going to help me when I bring in or try to bring in the resolution in the General Assembly. Please pray for us. And International Human Rights Commission will always stand up and fight for the people's right around the world. Thank you so much.
Inshallah.
Thank you, His Excellency Ambassador Malik Nadin, sir. And moving on, next we have Honorable Miss Cecilia Breska. I don't know how to pronounce your name, so sorry. Senior Policy Advisor and Vice Chair of National Executive Committee, Young Fabians. Miss Cecilia, please, the floor is yours.
I think Cecilia is online, but
yes, she was online.
Yeah, she is online.
Yeah. I checked before I announced her name. Miss Cecilia, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, I'm here. Could you just give me 1 minute? Is that okay? Hi.
Yeah,
Hello.
sure.
Thank
Hello,
you so
yes.
much. Hi. Just give me 1 minute and I'll be able to connect up my iPad and then come on camera. Thank you.
So we'll be giving her 1 minute. Today is World Environment Day, and every country we have the similar problem of environment degradation. The environment is changing, climate change, greenhouse effect. Climate is changing, of course. It's raining on the time when it should be cold, and it's summer in winter, and winter is almost missing. This time there was no snow in our country. So I think we should be moving forward to change the environment and preserve the environment. The best solution to preserve the environment is, why don't we plant the trees according to our age on the date of our birthday? every birthday, if we plant the number of trees equivalent to our age, then that might restore the environment, I guess. So let's see if Miss Cecilia is here, available for her speech. Until hello, Miss Cecilia, are you back?
The Honorable Cecilia is going to be connected. Yes, she's connected now.
Yeah. I can see her. So, Miss Cecilia, welcome. Happy Environment Day. Can you hear me now?
Great, I can hear you. Hi.
Yeah, the floor is yours. Hello.
Thank you. Could you let me know if you can see me?
Yeah, now we can see you. Yeah.
Great. Can you still see me now?
No.
Just 1 second, sorry. If I can log into my iPad, then you'll be able to see me. 1 second, I'll mute myself.
Yeah, now we can see you. Oh, it's gone again. On the day of Environment Day, maybe she wants to show us the green environment, like trees and everything. Miss Cecilia? Hello? Yeah?
Yep, I'm just logging in my iPad now.
Okay.
Hopefully. Okay. Continue. Brilliant. Okay. I am trying to enter the meeting from my iPad now. Can you see me?
Okay. No, we can't see you. We can't see you. I don't know.
Roshni, while she will be interact and enact her instrument, let me ask the one person to speak before her.
Okay.
He is a environmental. He is an environmentalist in Sweden, Mr. Marcos Olsson, and he is making a biodiversity and environment projects of the Sweden for a couple of minutes. Mr. Olsson, floor is yours.
Your Excellency, what he is trying to connect, again. So he was just moved, So I can start if you allow me. Is it okay?
Sir, in the order of speaker list, your name is after two speakers. So let me see that if he's not available, then Roshni, Ambassador,
yes,
and you can.
Ambassador Hassan.
Yes. His
Dr.
Excellency Ambassador Dr. Hassan Busayyed from Lebanon.
Senior advisor and special representative.
Geneva International Human Rights Commission. He is the Doctor of Alternative Medicine by education and profession, but a career diplomat and a negotiator, moderator, and also a peace deals broker. So if I'm not wrong, Excellency Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, everyone, Your Excellencies. I would like to send a great thank to the former Interior Minister of Pakistan of giving our chairman the great award that really he deserved it. Congratulations, Chairman Ambassador. First of all, and as our work at the United Nations of Geneva, we've been moving around with a lot of working group, and one of the main working group that we are inserted in is the climate, environmental, energy issue. And yesterday we had also the Environmental Day with the UN Women in New York. And I stated at this point that climate justice is a term used to frame global warming in terms of political and ethical issues and problems, rather than a purely physical or environmental issue in nature. This occurs by linking the effects of global warming with principles of justice, namely environmental justice and social justice, and by exploring some of the issues caused by global warming, such as equality, human rights, collective rights, and historical responsibilities. One of the key issues of climate justice is that the least concerned about global warming will suffer the most severe and dangerous consequences. And also one of the ever-present issues in discussions of climate change is the extent to which capitalism is the cause or basis of the problem. This question frequently leads to a fundamental disagreement between conservative and liberal environmental groups on the one hand, and I believe radical and leftist groups on the other hand. The latter tend to blame neoliberalism and its access for climate change rather than market economic reforms, while the former tend to view capitalism with the exploitative and investment features as the main problem behind global warming. Based on the foregoing, we see the following. As usual, we have to come out with some solutions. So today, we are going to sit three main issues. One of it, number one, is one way to mitigate the disproportionate impact of climate change is through achieving climate justice by including disadvantaged groups in the planning and policy-making process so that these individuals can determine their own future. Two, it helped minority groups gain access to more resources to be able to respond and plan for climate change. Finally, creating national societies to advance the climate and environmental justice program to support community leaders in identifying the differential impact on the low-income groups and owners. I thank you very much, and I wish you good luck and success.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for a good speech. And moving on, I would like to invite Miss Cecilia. Are you there again? I think she's...
Hi, yes, I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Hi. So, yeah. Now, are you okay now? Okay.
Perfect.
So welcome, Miss Cecilia. Okay, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much for inviting me here. It's an absolute privilege to be at such a brilliant conference. I was actually running from another conference at the same time, so excuse the background noise. Hello from Gibraltar. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone, depending on which country you are hailing from. So firstly, who am I and what am I doing amongst such distinguished speakers? My name is Cecilia Jastrzębska. I'm the Vice Chair of the National Executive Committee of the Fabians, which is the oldest political think tank in the UK, winner of the Benazir Bhutto Pride of Performance Awards, kindly bestowed by Ambassador Dr. Mohammed Shahid Amin Khan. A shortlistee for the Outstanding Contribution to Tech Policy Awards by COGEX alongside the United Nations, and a senior policy advisor in central government. But my favorite title is a feminist foreign policy officer for the International Network. Anyway, today I will be talking to you about 3 points. One is COVID as a catalyst for a green revolution. 2, multilateral cooperation to hold top gas emitting corporations accountable. And 3, what key steps we can push for as a global community to protect our environment going forwards. One of my favorite proverbs is, necessity is the mother of invention. This rings particularly true here, where the pandemic has forced us to find virtual workarounds for pretty much every aspect of life, which never would have been considered otherwise. Imagine if you asked your boss last year, can I work from home 365 days a year? They would have laughed in your face. But COVID and the onset of COVID has shown us that not every commute, not every business trip, or office, in fact, are prerequisites for operations to run and life to function as normal. Twitter, for example, has already told all of its employees that they can work from home indefinitely, and many other multinational corporations are doing the same. What does that mean for us? Essentially, we are in a situation where, as we return to functionality, we have a unique opportunity to reevaluate our processes, our expenditures, and what real sustainable success looks like in a global economy. So now I'd like to talk to you about one of the biggest scandals in the climate change mitigation sphere today. Can anyone guess what I'm going to say? It's not Bolsonaro incinerating the lungs of the Amazon at kilometers per minute. It's not the blatant greenwashing of organizations opting to hire PR spin doctors to create campaign content, to disseminate to their consumers how eco-friendly they are becoming, when actually, instead of their stakeholders actually investing in greener options. There's something worse. And that is the fact that the very summits are supposedly organized to generate international meaningful action on climate change are sponsored by, can anyone guess? Shell, ExxonMobil, Gazprom, the very fossil fuel giants that are half the reason that those summits exist and the reason that we are here today. And money talks. So every time the output of these summits includes anything even tiptoeing close to worthwhile progress, that progress is stifled by the lobbying loudspeaker of those whose interests remain in profiteering from the status quo of systematically destroying our planet. Take, for example, imagine a human rights charity. Just think of one for a second. Now imagine that a head of a sex trafficking gang was allowed to sit on the board of its trustees. It would never, ever be acceptable. Why? Because it'd be contradictory, it'd be inappropriate, and obviously completely counterproductive. In the same vein, fossil fuel companies cannot be allowed a seat at the table at international climate summits any longer, such as the Paris Agreement. So what should happen instead? Companies such as these should be banned from even attending these summits, and any company which funds projects that significantly contribute to the climate crisis and therefore to global deaths must be legally required to identify individuals responsible for them. Anonymity is one of the strongest facilitators of crime, and a greatest offense against an invisible enemy is what? To label it. Further to this, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change found that emissions from fossil fuels are the dominant cause of global warming, as we know, to the tune of 71% of global emissions. Over half of these emissions, since anthropogenic climate change was officially recognized, can be traced to just 25 corporate and state-producing entities. Instead of telling each other that we need to stop using plastic straws, We should be collectively demanding these entities answer for their actions on the world stage. In the UK, the Consumer Protection from Unfair Trading Regulations criminalizes false advertising, including deceptive messages and leaving out important information. Greenwashing is the epitome of what this outlaws, technically speaking, and should be met with penalization, as well as all government support for companies that are doing so being rescinded. Green claims should be independently fact-checked and verified before companies can make them. And those companies should be required to receive environmental certification. In essence, what I'm saying to you is greenwashing needs to be made illegal. So what else? Divest, divest, divest. As asserted by Global Witness, the financial sector must take responsibility for the impact of their financing and investments on forests and the climate. Government subsidies must be pulled from environmentally destructive companies that fail to meaningfully strike green transition. Divestment campaigns need to target complicit banks and corporations, and shareholder activism needs to become the next consumer protest. Climate action is no longer confined to the direction given by policymakers in nebulous places. It is now a social movement, a movement which is commanded by both economic and ethical imperatives. Investors in fossil fuel companies carry influence over 1/5 of industrial greenhouse gas emissions worldwide. What I'm saying to you is we are powerful. Divestment campaigns can be a potent force. For example, in the UK, you might have heard of the Tate. You might have been there. We have 2 museums that are visited by millions of tourists every single year. In March, they recently severed ties after 26 years with British Petroleum over climate protests. And now its exhibitions instead feature climate activists and push for mitigation and action on climate change. Just imagine the awareness that one little severance, that one change has created. To sum up, the pandemic is indisputably a tragedy that has brought about great suffering, economic devastation, and the destabilization of international development, not to mention hundreds of thousands of millions of global deaths. However, if we act together, it can pave the way to a schema of substantially more sustainable living. And coronavirus can, in fact, be a catalyst for long-term positive change. Now more than ever, we need to reinvigorate our pursuit of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, invest in green transitions rather than resuscitating the fossil fuel industry, and maintain diplomatic momentum to push for low carbon economies. Organizations commit ecocide must be held to account, and individuals identified on environmentally destructive projects. Clear frameworks for due diligence, for destruction thresholds, for disclosure need to be established above which sanctions apply. Recourses to accountability need to be created. Greenwashing must be criminalized, standards set and held high. And as consumers, we must invest ethically and divest from banks, funds, and corporations that are bleeding our world dry. As self-made stewards of this planet, it is every single person's responsibility to make and maintain our ongoing awareness of what the key issues of our day are, our times, and how to redress them. At the end of the day, there is no planet B. Thank you very much, and thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Ms. Cecilia, for your wonderful speech. Now, moving on, I would like to open this stage for Her Excellency Ambassador Ms. Saini Hamid. She is from UK International Government Senior Advisor and Presidential and Ministerial Philanthropist. Please welcome Ms. Saini Hamid.
Miss Shani Hamid is not with us. Move forward to
Okay.
the next speaker.
Okay, so yeah, without wasting any time, so let's move on with Honorable Mr. Olmid Odwin from Nigeria. He's an environmentalist and sustainable development goals advocate and social media expert. So please, Honorable Mr. Olumide Odwin, if I if I pronounce it correct, sorry.
Mr. Almedo is also not seen here.
So
Let us to move forward. His Excellency
yeah,
Ambassador Naseem Ahmad Khan is the former elected reserve member of the Swedish Parliament. He is also an ambassador at large of the International Human Rights Commission for the EU region. He serving in the Social Democratic Party member and in the think tank, and he is a resident of Kalmar, Sweden. The floor is yours, Excellency Ambassador Naseem Ahmad Khan.
Thank you very much, dear friends and respected Rahman Malik Sahib. Thank you very much for your kind words and your speech. Really, what you said, that is what IHRC is working from the last many years under the chairmanship of Ambassador Shahid Amin. I want to say thanks to Her Excellency Amina Firdaus, Ms. Rosala Atirigo, and His Excellency Dorata Banuns, and Her Excellency Dunia Mamoon from Maldives. Thank you very much for your time that you all have given to the International Human Rights Commission today. Actually, Malik Sahib has spoken on the real problems we are facing, but here I'm a proud Pakistani and a proud Swedish politician. I want to say not the same, want to repeat as Malik Sahib has said, but I want to tell you the facts about this day we are celebrating today. World Environment Day urges all of us to protect our natural surroundings. The stunning facts: an estimated 7 million people die each year from causes related to air pollution, with the majority occurring in the Asia Pacific region. This day, which falls on June 5, encourages worldwide activism. And the facts we have listened from Rahman Malik Sahib also, that means everything from littering to climate change. World Environment Day is both a global celebration and a platform for public outreach, what the IHRC has given to all of us. The idea, as a Swede, as a proud Swedish, I can say, was suggested in 1968. Sweden suggested to the United Nations to have a conference that is focused on the environment. In year 1972, the United Nations General Assembly established World Environment Day on the first day of the Stockholm Conference on the Human Environment. And 2 years later, in 1974, the World Environment Day, WED, was held on the theme Only One Earth. And in 1987, the UN came with an idea for rotating the history. The theme of the World Environment Day 2020 this year, also as a proud Pakistani also, the ecosystem restoration. Ecosystem restoration means preventing, halting, and reversing the damage caused by human activities, and finally healing our nature, which again I'll say Rahman Malik Sahib has mentioned to the bombings. the World Environment Day will see the launch of the United Nations Decade of Ecosystem Restoration. Every 3 seconds, the world loses plurality of forests. And over the last century, we have destroyed half of our wetlands. This year mission is to revive billions of hectares from forests to farmlands and also cover the deep water ocean. As we can see, the host of this year, we can see is Pakistan. And I want to just, if you can, you please just put the, can share my, can you share please, Shani? Can you share? Yes, this is my city, Kalmar, where I live, you know, and the best focus of the environment we are working on it, you know, is if you move the second one, we are talking about Pakistan nowadays, you know, and in Pakistan, they are telling that construction, not in Pakistan, but everywhere in the world. Here from my Kalmar, there's a special for Samvian, and they have produced a special cement. You can see that, which is very much help with the environment, you know, new business model for the cement, you know. You can see that, you know, this is our goal. And the next, please, Dr. Saab, can you show the next?
Sir, screen share जो है वो unable हो गई है. You can carry on. I will put it into the video.
Okay. If I can continue with that. What I wanted, you know, that the goal of this new product is just a minute. I was not aware that it will happen, but with this goal, Samvian has the experience, and it is the first in the world, you know, and it is from Sweden and my city, Kalmar, that they have come out with the main person who has invented this. He was with us, Marcus, for about 2 hours. He had to leave because his family, they were waiting for him, so he left, you know, so he was here. Is to 50% lower energy consumption, 35% less raw material, 100% circular raw material industrial waste, you know. So no fossil fuels, as one of our speaker mentioned, you know, no fossil fuels in it, you know, minimize need of virgin materials, you know, no need of carbon dioxide disposal, CCS, you know. So this is one of the best, you know. And then I leave the rest, you know. And the next, what we from Sweden, we are trying to help the world, you know, and very, we can say that to International Human Rights Commission and Malik Saab, you can listen, you are listening also. So we can, from Sweden, from my city, we are ready to help Pakistan in this sustainable building also, thus with the Samvian. And the next, what we are action plan is to have a fossil free by 2030, changing the infrastructure structure for the electric cars, biogas production, cheap public transport, easy bicycling, carpools, you know, carpools also. So we are trying with this also, you know. Then solar cell, Sweden has done a big advance in it, you know. So in that part, Sweden can help also. Wind power, we are working on it, and the energy effect for the 20%, you know. And then the next, what we are trying, and we are also helping the many countries with this, good status in all water, you know, action plan for a healthy coastal environment, stop nutrients discharge from land by wetlands, and slow ramp off, focus on peak pike, new swamping areas, recirculate nutrition from the sea to land by mussel farm and innovations, you know. The next, what we are biologics we are doing high focus strategy for high biodiversity, save old oak trees, restore beach meadows, and sandy areas, more pastures, small scale farming for citizens. This is also what we are trying here. In the last, what we are trying now in the big cities also, that no plastic products, that we are nearly in every shop. We are trying our best, that no plastic bags, bank for borrowing layer products, that is also many people, they just throw their the things, sports, but we are trying that people can borrow. We can have some places where we can collect it, firm demand in procurement, and again the carpool. So these are the things what Sweden is trying their best, to have this, and in the end, what we are trying, as our respected many of our friends and the leaders said, advocacy is instrumental to build a better, stronger future for children and young people. UNICEF is supporting them, as again I say, many of us, they have said, bombs cannot help. We have to come on the table. We have to come on the table. And again, what our friends have said and Malik Sahib has said, love, yes, love and peace. And that I have seen this, at many places, love for all, hatred for none, that will come and that will bring peace in the world and a good environment. Thank you very much.
Just one question to you, with the permission of the chair, Mr. Naseem Malik. We have a very honorable president of human rights who's looking no discrimination. So I hope you won't mind what I'm saying. You have offered Pakistan a very good proposals, definitely. May I request with my humble position and my humble capacity, for all third world countries, we can have 1/4 of that, so that the discrimination, a kind of a impression should not come. Perhaps we sitting here, Pakistani, I know you have love for Pakistan. If I was sitting with you at your place, I will say that. My request would be, I hope the chairman of and the president of the human rights will endorse it out, that please give it to those countries also, those who really need this biogas system. Read about your system, what you're doing in Sweden, and it is just out of the world, the way you are coming with the trains, you're coming with the, even the ozone diseases and all that. And Sweden has always been my leading star. So I hope you will talk to the government where they are giving to Pakistan. Let it go to the third world. Whichever needs, please do announce. And next time when we meet, let's hope there will be some request for you to have that technology. Thank you, and I'm sorry for interruption and coming up with a suggestion, which I'm sure you will not mind, and my friends sitting here will not mind. And I agree with you, love, peace is the future. Hate is no solution to any problem. And which you rightly said, bombing is no solution. Mother of bombs, if it is thrown on Afghanistan, that is no solution. But sitting on one table, talking for peace is the answer, Your Excellency. Thank you very
much. I just once again I say, with the help under the our chairman is sitting here, so along with him, so we will I will put this suggestion to my foreign minister. So you know her also, Anna Linde. But Palme Center is working. Palme Center is working from the last many years in the African countries, especially in Sri Lanka, in Maldives. In Maldives, they have, in Mongolia, they have given special to the students with the UNICEF, they help with the youth environments, they have done it. And definitely Asian countries also, I will do it.
That is why you are the member of Swedish Assembly, because the way you have worked in Africa and other countries, perhaps we will not be able to match you, but many of us will try to do that. because this is how you bring love and this is how you spread peace. Peace is a very small word, but to bring it in the world, in your house even, you have to make few efforts. And I hope
I will
the
be in
world
touch
makes.
with you. I will be in touch with you through our chairman. So we'll work on it, inshallah.
Okay, we will. And we must make this meeting as quick as possible, Mr. Chairman, and also Ms. Roshni. She's keeping everybody busy and a very good co-hosting. And let's hope that very soon we'll have some similar webinar with more people. And I have not seen my elder friend, though I'm elder to him, but I have not heard him. And I'm just seeing him in a very experienced person. He's putting his ears to every one of us. Let us see what his remarks are. Sir, rest you can go by the of course line and the program you have set up.
Thank you very much, Excellencies. Thank you very much.
Welcome, Chairman.
Order, I will ask everyone to keep it the speeches at the time limits. Obviously, I have a lot of time to do, but might be you people are also busy into other work as well. So, His Excellency Ambassador Yowas Petrus Essi of Cameroon, he's a politician. He ran for the presidential election in Cameroon, and later he withdrawn. He's the IHRC ambassador for a Cameroon too. The floor is yours, Ambassador Yowas. Ambassador Yowas, unmute yourself.
Hello, are you getting me? Hello?
Yes, we are hearing you.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. President of the International Human Rights Commission, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very honored to be able to speak today in front of this rostrum as a keynote speaker. A special day where the world celebrates the World Environment Day. I would first of all to thank the President of the International Human Rights Commission, Dr. Muhammad Admid Shahid Khan, for the confidence placed in me in modesty by appointing me a few weeks ago as ambassador of the International Human Rights Commission in Cameroon. I know by the grace of God to be up to this mic of confidence. In the process, I salute the President Joe Biden for his noble decision taken of the first day of his mandate, announcing the return of United States of America to the Paris Agreement. On April 22, he organized a climate summit inviting the world leaders to take up the challenge of climate crisis at a time of danger and extraordinary opportunity of the urgency to focus on the existential threat, climate change. Because no nation can solve this crisis in its own. The world is on a red alert and on the brink of collapse as we need a green planet. The solution to these are known. Among other things, to create a global coalition committed to the goal of net zero emission by 250. And to initiate his transformation now, I am thinking of the main polluter and destroyer of ecosystem. The biggest challenge now is to translate climate commitment into concrete and immediate action. it must be recognized that the trillions needed for post-COVID recovery are money borrowed from future generations that lead us to a catastrophic scenario of a mountain of debt on a shattered planet. We must therefore invest massively in the new renewable energy and green infrastructure, and the need for breakthrough in financing and adaptation. I'm convinced that the COP26 which will be held in a few months at Glasgow, will be able to make concrete proposals to facilitate access to financing and greater technological support for vulnerable countries. It is deplorable that our planet has reached a critical threshold due to an ill considered plundering of the Earth resources. The reserve of flora and fauna are depleted, and treating the air, land, and sea, and landfill, destroying ecosystem and therefore food chain. We must end the war on nature and work to restore it through bold and resolute climate action to limit the global temperature rise to the 1.5 necessary for adaptation to future changes and the taking of energy measures on the protection of biodiversity while reducing pollution. These will preserve our planet, create millions of jobs, and be the path to recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, and we will then make peace with nature and these laws. It is about being able to reiterate here my commitment to this cause, our cause, the fight against global warming. Indeed, it will not only be necessary to try to contain, to limit the climatic phenomena linked to human activities, but to try to revise indeed the paradigms of our common life on this planet. And for that, we must forge ideas, concepts, rules, which do away with what today overwhelms us at least as much as climate change, cynicism, pessimism, passivity. I have always added my voice to the creation of a global pact for the environment. It's about choosing the rule of our present and our common future rather than undergoing the rule of climate change that we have. Never mind. This is the heart of the struggle of our autonomy. It is the heart of our common freedom. The project of a global climate pact is a challenge launched to humanity as before. Yeah, the fight for civil rights or for social or cultural rights, but the challenge here is even greater. It is not only for the dignity of the man in question, but of his survival. And we all know that the changing climate already today represents hopeless lives, hundreds of thousands of deaths, millions according to some calculation linked to global warming, to air pollution, and if it were not to be slowed down, this evolution will cause the disappearance of some entire territories. Water wars, mass exodus, millions of men and women, children all over the planet whose lives will be turned upside down, whose lives will be shattered, whose deaths are already certain today. No one today can worldly claim to fight effectively against terrorism for world peace by not tackling the war of global warming. No one can measure the consequences of such a catastrophe today, but today we only know that it is here and that tomorrow it will be even more terrible if nothing is done. My country, Cameroon, has become aware of this and is planning strong ambition in accordance with the environmental charter with constitutional value, projection on the energy transition and or even biodiversity. It should be recalled here that Cameroon had ratified the Paris Agreement on the COP21, like several other countries, among which the most polluters. It is one thing to sign the text, but politicians must now make them reality, and we are not there yet. There is a lot to do to lead to transform, to comply with the requirement of the Paris Agreement. An economic incentive policy and simplification of procedure must be put in place because the potential of the ecological transition must be released, which must be accompanied by strong political will relay all states. It is also about initiating action to translate that translates into concrete results to improve the daily lives of the population of the planet, provide employment and economic opportunities. These bring together all action in favor of clean mobility. The reduction of emissions from various types of waste, the development of collaborative and solidarity-based local economy, and the awareness and information of citizens on the impact of their behavior. It is not a question of choosing between environment and employment, between ecology and growth. There are the debate of yesterday. We must reorganize, transform, change behavior, invest, and do it with determination. To do this, we must decarbonize energy production, support the development of green finance, offer favorable conditions to researchers and entrepreneurs around the world who provide solutions for the climate, and mobilize the public and private funding. The alert has been launched to integrate climate issues into international trade and into our production method. But we must also work to preserve the balance of the ocean, improve the use of forests, and preserve biodiversity essential for the functioning of our ecosystem. Thank
Sir,
you
we
for
would
your
like to
kind
request you
attention.
to make it short.
Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you, Mr. President. May God bless us. May He bless our planet.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your speech. And we would like to request everyone, please make the speech short because it's already late night in Nepal. Jokes apart, we request everyone to make their speech time limited of 5 minutes, plus minus. No plus, minus is good. So moving on from Cameroon, I would like to fly back to Pakistan. So from Pakistan, we have Honorable Nasir Ahmed Gilani, sir. So he is the Senior Chief Planning Commission and he is working for the government of Pakistan. So I would like to open the floor for Nasir Ahmed Gilani, sir. Sir, I saw you online just now. Hello, Nasir, sir. Are you there? So I would like to move on.
Can you hear me now?
Nasir Ahmed
Yeah,
Gilani
I
sahab.
can hear
Hello?
you. Yeah. Yeah, sir, we can hear you, sir, now.
Hello?
Yes, sir, we can
From
hear you.
Pakistan. Thank you. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, from Pakistan, I would like to add that Pakistan government as a state has aligned its policy with the international framework, whether it is a climate change, whether it is a SDGs or a restoration of the ecosystems. We are a responsible nation and we want to contribute to the global system for the people of planet. From Pakistan, the message is clear that we are not the polluters, but we are paying very heavy tax. That the vulnerability, disaster due to climate change coming to Pakistan, Pakistan is suffering at number 5, while we are contributing at number 136. However, we would like to go along with the global agenda because for all the people in the world, Pakistan has one message that we at a planet is a community. So anybody have a problem in Africa or Australia or in Asia or in Pakistan or anywhere is a human being. From Pakistan side, we believe in humanity. And I would like to say the UN Day today has a dimension of human rights also, because this program is from the Human Rights Organization. And also we have a link with the sustainable development as the SDGs will end time to achieve and the decade of restoration and is the same 2030. But would the UN is asking us restoration. I'm saying please go for restoration. But the first thing, stop destroying the ecosystem. We are very actively destroying ecosystems. Our ecology is occupied in Gaza, in Syria, in Kashmir. It is not only the humans that are being killed, it is the pollution there, it is the trees which are being burned, it is the species which are vanishing. So if we have to work as a community in the world, we must recognize that restoration of ecosystem is ultimately required. And the first step would be stop destroying deterioration of at fast speed the ecosystem and find the hotspots. Find the hotspots. Hotspots is Gaza, Syria, and Kashmir. I will say that if we won't stop these things, the glacier will melt and the Iceland will melt and the small islands will vanish and even Great Britain will be under 1 foot water. So those people who are living peacefully, they will have the revenge from the nature. Don't kill people. Peace, peace, peace. That is utmost requirement. And it is very valuable that we give a one message as an humanity that equal right for each human being, whether it's a black, whether it's a white, whether it's a yellow. and whether it is a Pakistani, whether it is a Nepalian or a Sri Lankan or a Cameroonian, I would like to state there that climate change agenda has to be followed with one principle, that the polluters must pay. Secondly, at the UN system, from where we have these days from 1972 onwards, this is good effort. I appreciate that. But where we are destroying environment and the climate change, the Security Council, I state that there should not be any permanent members, but to talk about the veto. Let it be a democratic process. We have system was evolved, so it requires reform. The reform is not to strengthen the veto, not to increase the permanent members. Reform for the equal rights for each nation state. Once you reach to that state, United States nation will be very effective. People will trust it. Well, now let me share with you. While I talk to my family that United Nations is asking the question of ecosystems, my kids say, why not the United Nations says, please don't kill children in Kashmir and Palestine. That is the human rights issue. That I would like to submit with very, very emotional style and with respect that if we have to take the younger generation, we have to speak truth. Let me say the truth that the time when it was created, United Nations, it was a different time. Then the youth were not asking questions. They were silent and there were no social media. Now the youth is asking questions and the social media is connecting them. And we elders and the aged people will not be able to tell them what exactly the international system, the United Nations wants that we speak to them. Their voices are stronger than us. That they also understand the international values, and the core value is equality. Please go on equality. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Honorable
Thank you.
Gilani Saab, you've been a very instrumental while when we was hosting the 2016 World Youth Summit in Pakistan, and we are very much value your remarks and your contribution, which you are doing it for the people of Pakistan and for the region as well in your capacity. It's so nice to hear you and your valuable remarks. I noted down the points and I will definitely raise in the 76th session of the United Nations General Assembly your points as well.
Thank you. Thank you. I hope I managed within the time limit.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move. I am helping my co-host. Let's move to Mr. Ambassador Emmanuel Gabri. He's a broadcaster, social worker, media person, and as well as SDG advocate. Ambassador Emmanuel Gabri, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Your Excellency, Ambassador Dr. Shahid Amin Khan, and thank you for International Human Rights Commission for having me. Thanks to all the speakers who have spoken so far. It's been an amazing journey. I've listened to each and every one, and it's been wonderful. I just put together a few slides just for our viewers who will be watching us maybe after the program that Ambassador will put out on for the public, for people who might just stumble into the videos, just to also do all that. So if the slides are there, let's just show it off so that I could just start off. I'll be looking at ecosystem restoration, and For our viewers who might just join us later on, or who will see the videos later, what is ecosystem restoration? It simply means assisting in the recovery of ecosystem that have been degraded or destroyed, as well as conserving the ecosystem that are still intact. And then why is the ecosystem restoration important? It is very important because it helps in reversing climate change. You know, I am so happy that today we're celebrating World Environment Day. So there's a whole lot going on. And what makes it even very difficult as well is that we're battling COVID-19. Countries are battling other health issues. Cancer is also on the rise. A lot of women and children can't access healthcare centers in some countries, in developing countries and underdeveloped countries. And here we are also battling the universe because the climate is not being friendly. So it is very important, you know, for ecosystem restoration because it helps in reversing climate change. It also helps in combating the effect of invasive species. It also helps in checking decline in biodiversity. I've heard over time a lot of our speakers who have talked about a whole lot of things that has to do with.
Ambassador Emmanuel, I'm interrupting you. Roshni, off the screen share because it's not working.
Okay. Okay, if the screenshot cannot come on, no problem. I'll just read out from my own slides here. So is that okay, Ambassador? Can I go on?
Yes, you can go on.
Okay, thank you. I just hope that everyone's been hearing me. I hope the audio is clear. So yes, it is important that ecosystem restoration also helps in checking decline in biodiversity. Like I said, a lot of speakers who have spoken earlier on have talked about the importance of biodiversity. And then also ecosystem restoration helps in improving human conditions. You know, we need to do a whole lot, conscious effort to help ourselves in this fight against environment and all that. Yes, I've heard people also speakers also talked about the government policies and all that. But the truth is, there are policies in countries, but we need to see implementation. There has to be government, humans, citizens have to consciously implement some of these policies and laws. And then there is ecological successions, you know. Ecological successions is the process by which the biological community compositions, the numbers and proportion of different species in ecosystem recovers over time. I might be rushing a little because I have 5 minutes to do all this. And then there are two types of ecosystem succession. We have the primary and the secondary. Of course, the primary is the initial establishment and development of an ecosystem. And then the secondary is the secondary succession is the re-establishment of an ecosystem where there are remnants of a previous biological community. There are a few ecological succession slides I would have shown, but it will be with Honorable Ambassador Dr. Shahid. He will share all that to everyone's email. But lastly, I'd like to say that ways of achieving ecosystem restoration, one of the very important ways to achieve that is to identify natural and cultural heritage values. A lot of countries are blessed with tourism sites, are blessed with greeneries and all that. How are they taking advantage of all this? They should take advantage of, I know countries whose resources come from tourism, places like Kenya and others, you know. So another second point that I need to raise by ways of us achieving ecosystem restoration is for us to identify and define the problems. When we are able, if countries are able to identify and define their problems, it's like a problem half solved. That way, when government or people are pressing for policies or laws, there will be clear-cut issues on these are the issues in this community, in that country, and they could speak to it. Another one is to develop restoration goals. It's not just enough to bring laws, but then how are the goals supposed to be achieved? Communities, countries have to earmark goals, set it out properly, and if possible, put timelines to all of that. What you don't put timelines to, you might not also be able to checkmate if these things are achievable. And I also have here that we should develop restorative objectives. There must be objectives just as we have goals. There must also be objectives to follow in line with some of the things that we have. And then there must be detailed restoration plans. Goals, objectives, and plans have to work together so that it doesn't just look like rhetorics. It doesn't just look like every 5th of June, countries and continents celebrate World Environment Day, and then we go to sleep till another year, till 2022. There must be goals, there must be plans. Then we must continually check from 2021 in 2022, what have we achieved? The things we pressed for. Have the governments listened to us? Are they working towards that? Are there plans, are there objectives to work towards that? And also lastly, we also have to have a detailed restoration checkmates. You know, I am happy that organizations, civil societies, and the International Human Rights Commission, they are doing a whole lot. Ambassador Shahid is also in the forefront and of championing some of all these. A lot is happening. And you know, the environment, if we don't take care of the environment, will not in turn take care of us. A lot is happening on our waterways. A lot is happening in the seas. But countries that their primary source of income is fishing and farming are complaining that there's degradation, you know, in their farmlands and all that, in the waterways. Countries that are oil producing, especially in Nigeria, in the Niger Delta region and all that, they are complaining that oil spillage is going into the sea, into their waters. They can't farm, they can't fish and all that. So all hands have to be on deck. As I finally wrap up, my last words will be that it's not just enough to have rhetorics. It's not just enough for us to talk about issues, but we must constantly hold government accountable, hold the communities accountable. Lastly, hold the citizens accountable. We all have a chain to achieve in this, because sometimes even when the government put these laws and all that, the citizens themselves impede such laws. We have people who throw refuse into drainage systems, and when it rains, it floods the whole place. So citizens also have to play their part. We can't leave everything for the government. The government is wrong, we also have to take a part of the blame. So lastly, as I wrap up, I want to thank everyone, and I pray that as we celebrate the World Environment Day, in another year's time, when we come to evaluate, we will see that we are walking the talk. We'll see that government will pay more attention. We'll see that government will put in more money so that we can help the environment. Because the truth is, climate change is a reality. Once again, thank you all so much for being there and for inviting me. I remain Ambassador Emmanuel Gabari. I am a broadcaster and a social worker, and also the Executive Director of African Focus for Youth Development, Kano, Nigeria, West Africa. God bless you all.
Much for a beautiful speech. Now from Africa, we are moving toward Asia and we are coming to Bangladesh. So from Bangladesh, we have Mr. Sarkar Tanvir Ahmed, sir. He is the President of Youth Parliament of Bangladesh. So stage is yours, sir.
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Distinguished guests, Assalamu alaikum. So at the beginning of my speech, I sincerely thank to Ambassador Shahid Amin Khan ji for inviting me in this grand event today. And today is a very important day for us. So in the age of the fourth industrial revolution, the climate has changed rapidly. So due to the industrialization of the developed countries, by the developed countries, as a result of this adverse reaction, Bangladesh has become one of the highest risk countries. So the government under the leadership of our Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina is implementing the Bangladesh Delta Plan 2100 with the aim of achieving sustainability for the protection of natural calamities and damages due to the environmental issues. Distinguished guests, we know that none of us have come to this world forever. So if we imagine a human and a tree, then we can see that when a man dies, he is religiously buried or burned. But even after a tree dies, the rest is left for the people of the world, from which we get dazzling furnitures, matchsticks, firewoods, etc. So in the other words, we are indebted to the trees. So after birth, we are constantly receiving oxygen free from the environment. So the price of an oxygen cylinder in hospital is around, in Bangladeshi currency taka, minimum approximately 17,000 taka. So my question is, if the environment responds to us, are we able to pay the price of the life-sustaining oxygen at the price of a oxygen cylinder used in a hospital? Certainly not, but we can pay off that debt out of our social responsibilities. So although we all understand the importance of trees and we are only focusing on planting trees, but although it is also the more concerning issue to us to, it is also important to save many old trees also. So some obstacles in maintaining the balance of the environment have made us think to balance the environment, we should reduce the use of the plastics, which is important to start from our family. Because the World Organization of Scout Movement also assume that the total 50% of the total plastic in the world is for single usable. So we need to look at the alternative use of plastic. So it is worth mentioning that the process and production of polythene bags from jute has been discovered by Bangladeshi scientist Mr. Mubarak Ahmed Khan, and this called a Sonali bag. Sonali bag is a type of polythene bag invented from jute. So in this context, the theme of this year's World Environmental Day is very significant. So it is not possible to go back to the past in the present dark situation due to COVID, but the lesson of this COVID-19 situation will remain an ideal for our future. So I in my speech, my requesting everyone to plant minimum 3 neem trees in your country. This is my all about the today's speech. Thank you, Your Excellencies. Thank you very much for giving me the chance.
Thank you very much, Shakir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Shakir. Shakir is a very distinguished youth leader. He's not only the president of the Youth Parliament of Pakistan, he is a national award holder from the Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina Wajid, and he is also holding the Lady Diana Youth Award on his services. And he's a young gentleman, and hopefully when he will be coming into to the more practical life, he will get into the Parliament of Bangladesh. I believe it. Moving from Bangladesh, I'm going to Azerbaijan. Having a chairman of the Student Trade Union of the Baku, a more precious person and a very close to the my son of my friend, the President Aliyov. Father was a good friend of me, Haider Aliyov. May Allah bless him. And President Alam Aliyov is a very active leader of Azerbaijan, and he is having a vision. Mr. Haj Baba Mustafayov is the president of Student Trade Union Baku. Floor is yours, young gentleman.
Greetings to all participants of conference from all over the world. I am a participant from Azerbaijan, journalism student and chairman of the Student Trade Union of Baku State University. I would like to thank the organizers for the opportunity to participate in this conference. I subscribe to the views of the participants on the importance of paying attention to environmental issues. The main great damage to my country, Azerbaijan's nature, was caused by the armed conflict associated with the occupation of 20% of territory of Azerbaijan by Armenia. In connection with this conflict, 20% of the territory of Azerbaijan has been lost and 1 million inhabitants are refugees. Military actions led to the destruction of the unique natural complexes of Caucasus. Today, after the liberation of our territories from occupation, hard work is being carried out to develop using the potential of those territories. In my country, Azerbaijan, also government pays special attention to this topic. There are often tree planting events and information meetings, conferences. This year on Earth Day on April 22, we also held such an event in our university. I also want to say that we need to work hard in coordination with international organizations, audience, and we need to inform especially youth audience through the media. Just like in late events related with environment, here I also want to say shortly that trees, plants, and forests are our clean air, and our clean air is our healthy future. This is the main thing that we must preserve for future generations. Thank you all. Happy Environment Day. Thanks to my brothers in Pakistan.
Thank you so much, sir. Now we move on to Nigeria. From Nigeria, we have Abdul Razak, sir, and he is IHRC diplomatic representative to Nigeria. So, Abdul, sir, the floor is yours.
Hello, good afternoon, good morning,
Good afternoon, sir.
everyone. It's an honor to be with you all today. The chairman of the International Human Rights Commission, Dr. Shahid Amin. Oh, sorry, I've been trying to navigate between many programs that we have been working on together. Thank you for having me. Let me begin by saying that I really appreciate the effort of the International Human Rights Commission for convening this important event today. As you know, I am I'm an associated person with the International Human Rights Commission, who has been working with the organization for many years. For being part of this program today, it's an honor because this is one of the kind of program that I have participated in many years. The International Environment Day is basically focusing on amplifying the issue of climate change and disruption to global ecosystem has been described as climate change. And this changing climate has impacted the world in complex ways. In Africa especially, climate change is an increasingly serious threat as the continent is among the most vulnerable to disruption to the ecosystem. You know, according to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the vulnerability of Africa to climate change is driven by a range of factors that include weak adaptive capacity, high dependency on ecosystem, goods for livelihood, and a less developed agricultural product system. So this vulnerability has made the African continent a more vulnerable continent than all the parts of the world. And here in Nigeria, for example, we are currently battling with many crises, including but not limited to insecurity. But in the true sense of it, if one take a critical look at the situation in the country, more than 50% of Nigeria's problem is largely a climate change problem. Banditry, which is a major security concern in the country, started as a problem of climate change, in which herders finding it difficult to feed and preserve their animals in the usual environment due to changing the ecosystem, begin to search for more conducive environment for sustenance. And in the process of moving around in search of better environment, cattle rustling became a major challenge. And many others lost their cattle and some even their lives. Others with no means of livelihood after losing their animals saw the prospect in crime. And suddenly, banditry became a major occupation. Additionally, the movement in search for grass and food for animals has increased farmers' ideas clashes across the country, and this has equally escalated insecurity and exacerbated ethnic-based conflict. So this means that climate change is the #1 problem in the world. And for the United Nations to succeed in its mission of global peace and security, the issue of climate change must be given more priority. While many have defined climate change in different ways, it is generally agreed that water is the primary medium through which we will feel the effect of climate change. And as a matter of fact, almost all other effects of climate change has water as a significant part of its instigators. So we must pay more attention on the issue of water, because water is basically everything that has to do with climate change, whether it's on food, whether it's on energy, whether it's in environment, weather. Everything boils down to what?
Hello.
Yes, Roshni. Thank you, Abdulrazak.
Yeah.
And now we have to move on the last, not least, that we are very near to go on a question answer very soon. Now I'm moving from Nigeria to Pakistan once again, and having a human rights and climate activist, action activist, and a youth activist, political youth activist, Mr. Khanzada Sohrab Khan of Pakistan. Khanzada Sohrab Khan, floor is yours.
Hello, sir. Can you unmute? Can you unmute?
Khanzada, we are not hearing you. We are not hearing you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. So basically, what I am saying is that
even though the Paris Agreement has brought countries around the world on the round table to make decision on how to address the issue of climate change, the commitment of the developed countries who are the major contributor to climate change is less than impressive. And this means that the United Nations has to increase its engagement to ensure compliance. For example, the United Nations, through the international cooperation, can measure to a significant extent the contribution of each country to climate change.
Sir, your voice is gone.
Ambassador Razak, we are not hearing you. Ambassador Razak, we are not hearing you. Okay. Until the Ambassador Razak is going to correct his internet, because when I was in Nigeria on official visit, I was also facing the same problem with the internet. It's not a new thing. Africa is rich with environment, but very poor with the facilities given to the peoples. And I think the Excellency Prime Minister is here, and he know that what I means that the minerals and everything having Africa having everything to move the world, but the pupils are not having that much facilities which is needed to be. So the floor is yours, Khanzada Sohrab Khan. You may go now live. We are not hearing you. No, there is no voice from your side.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Ambassador, now I have given the floor to the other because of the time constraint. And I know there is a problem in Nigeria of the internet. No problem. God bless you. God bless the people of Nigeria. And my best wishes, inshallah, soon I will visit again the Nigeria to move forward. So,
Mr. President, Mr. President, half a minute question from my friend from Nigeria, starting from Abu Sanja to Tiko and down the line, whatever has happened with Bobaka. Can you just in brief words, if you tell the where Nigeria stands today, because it is also not only environmental issue, but daily we see killing of 400-500 people from these terrorists.
Okay, can I respond to that?
Minister, I will take up this in the question and answers.
Can
I
I
know
respond
for
to
that
that?
reason I am keeping you in wait that you can ask the question, they can ask the question to you as well. I know that it's a very important and interaction. So Khanzada, the floor is yours now. Unmute yourself.
Okay, can I respond?
Abdul Razak, I will hear you in a question and answers. Keep live. Khanzada, your voice is not coming.
सर साहब अनम्यूट करें आप जरा थोड़ा सा इसको नीचे बटन है उसको अनम्यूट करें
Sir, can you unmute your mic? We can't hear you.
Let it be correct. Khanzada, your voice, nobody is hearing your voice. Nobody is hearing your voice. So let it be move forward and you correct your voice, then you will speak. Roshni, go on the finals.
Now,
What I do?
I think he corrected. Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm
Yes, I
hearing
can
you.
hear you now. I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yeah, Khanzada, sir. Yeah, yeah, you can take the floor. We can't
No
hear you
worries, no,
again.
no worries,
Okay, can
no
you hear
worries.
me now?
Yeah,
Just
yeah,
a
we can hear you. Speak in the same manner. I think you need to be near to your mic. Put your mic near, I guess.
Khanzada, go out, log in again for making
Yeah.
your speech. Until now, I am giving the floor. Uh, the word of thanks on behalf of the host organization, Ambassador Her Excellency Mrs. Asra Khan of Pakistan, Senior Vice Chairperson, Minister of Department of Foreign Affairs of the International Human Rights Commission, Vice Chairperson of the International Human Rights Commission Relief Fund Trust, accredited with the United Nations. Floor is your, ma'am.
Thank you and very good evening to everyone. If there is anyone, good morning to them. So, my dear ambassadors and my dear fellows, it is quite simple when we conserve about the environment today. The future generations will be able to live a healthier life. We cannot be so egoistic and say that World Environment Day is perfect opportunity to make people aware of the issues we are facing and how one can contribute to saving it. Thus, it's quite important in its own way. Especially in my country, people litter around everywhere. It's very essential to firstly dispose of waste properly and also segregate the wet and dry waste accordingly. We have the World Environment Day, which serves as a reminder to protect the environment at all costs and all resources of nature from forest to ocean and soil to air we must conserve. To sum it up always, remember that the gifts and the blessings which our nature endows on us are priceless. It is rather essential to conserve them all for better future and life. Always remember that small steps will help us in our goals. No matter how small a step I am taking or you are taking, but it will lead us to a green lifestyle. It does make a difference because everyone starts doing the things with little deeds one by one. It will turn into something big. I listened a quote from somewhere that every small drop makes an ocean. It is true in this case as well. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, First Lady of our International Human Rights Commissions and my boss, because I'm her secretary. Thank you so much, ma'am, for this speech. Now, for the concluding speech, I would like to invite Mr. Khanzada and our chairman, Dr. Mohammed Saeed Amin Khan, sir. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Roshni. Thank you very much for your remarks. And thank you very much for your efforts sitting in Nepal, Kathmandu, and conducting this event with me. This is the word, the diversity we have brought up for the entire world, that apart from each other, but still I am very much thankful to the Excellency Prime Minister Rui Dato Barros, who is all the time was with us, Excellency Rahman Malik Sahab, and all my distinguished fellow brothers, sisters, those who has taken up the time for this important event. I have heard everyone. I have noted down many suggestions. so that that suggestion will be carried out in the form of a recommendation to the unique climate action and to the United Nations Climate Fund and to the Adaptation Center, Mitigation and Adaptation Center into the Netherlands. Ladies and gentlemen and excellencies, a lot of words has been spoken, a lot of words has been said, a lot of suggestion has been made, not in our conference, around the world. People are and the planet are only as healthy as the ecosystem we will depend on. Bringing degraded ecosystem back to the life, for example, by planting trees, cleaning up the river banks, or simply giving nature space to recover, increases their benefits through the society and biodiversity. Without reviving the ecosystem, we cannot achieve the sustainable development goals or the Paris Climate Agreement, which is the bounding agreement for the whole nations. But ecosystems are also complex and highly varied, and their restoration need careful planning and persistent implementation of policies. International Human Rights Commission, along with its specialized organization, and as well as an part of the United Nations accreditation system, we know that how we can move this world to restore the climate and to restore this ecosystem for our coming generation. Youth are leading this all campaign. They woke up the elders around the world, from Sweden to the Greta, the young lady who has made it the voice to be heard. From Jakarta to New York City, children and teenagers are walking out of a class and marching in the streets to demand the action on a climate change. And the world is taking notice. Communication experts say these young climate activists are using their moral authority as the children and their social media savvy to serve a rising tide of an adult concern. And this is a very shameful for us as an adult, that we are not much aware as much our children are aware about the earth and planet. Young people have been talking about the climate change for decades, but the latest generation of a protester is louder and more coordinated than its predecessors. They are not just concerned about the polar base. Their message isn't about saving the rainforest or saving the whales. It is about saving the most vulnerable peoples on our earth. I am happy that the youth of my country and across the world, also among those who are not only raising the voice but actively taking part into the activities which can save our lovely planet from the climate disasters. Climate change ranks among the most important dynamics shaping livelihood of a young people now and in the future. This is especially the case is in the low income countries with rapid population growth and hence high constrainment of the young peoples. The problems lies not only the developed world. It is basically a problem of the underdeveloping world, because the developing world is producing the emissions, 80% emissions of the world, and the underdeveloped and poor countries are a part of that emission only 20%. The G7 countries, most richest country on the world, produce 80% emissions, which are polluting the whole world and planet to face the disasters, pandemics, hurricanes, tsunamis, and deforestation, and as well as where the Roshni is sitting, that mountain areas, that the beautiful nature of the earth, we are losing everything. And we are not doing just talking it. We are not taking any concrete measures to save this planet. We are just still talking it. Whether the America will be in or out. If the America is out, what the other 6 countries have done it. So it is not a question. It is a matter of accountability now, as has been said, mentioned by the Senator Dr. Rahman Malik. As the Excellency Prime Minister said, as the Excellency President Amina Gharib said, and this pandemic, it is a due to this natural disaster which is we are facing it, and our generations are facing it. Education system is on stack, healthcare system is vanished, and we are still, even because of these rich countries, the poor and underdeveloped countries are facing the vaccine nationalism, a new nationalism on the word, the vaccine nationalism. And still, we are thinking that these powers should have a power into the United Nations Security Council to use it, the veto. I mean, shame for the whole world and the world leadership that they are not listening to the voice of our children, a voice of our young peoples, and a voice of our earth. If this earth is in danger, then where we will live? We are not going on the moon, or we are not going on the sun, and sun will throw us on the floor, and the moon will not accept us. So this is no question, one planet and the one humanity. The survival of the one planet and one humanity is this, that we have to end the discrimination which is on the cost of the rich countries in the world. I thank you very much, and I am very honored to having all of you with us today to celebrate and to memorize and to think that how we can take up this summit, this planet, towards the prosperous future for our coming generation. International Human Rights Commission always stands for humanity. We preserve humanity. We advance humanity. We advocate for humanity, and we stand for the humanity. This is what is a message, a very clear and loud message for everyone, to my all colleagues, my all distinguished guests, and the youth and the young peoples. I think the Khanzada is here and making some remarks. Hopefully his voice system is restored. If his voice system is restored, he has to speak, and after his speech, we will take up the one question from the one audience to the distinguished panelist, the Prime Minister, the Senator, and Ambassador Hassan. And I think the President Amina Gharib is also listening, so she can also reply, or otherwise I will reply on her behalf. Khanzada, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes.
Respected host of the conference, International Human Rights Commission, Ambassador Dr. Shahid Mohammad Amin Khan, Chairman, International Human Rights Commission, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I feel honored today to speak at this forum of world leaders, ambassadors, and activists. Celebrating World Environment Day is crucial, as it highlights the importance of environment and nature and reminds us that they have very essential role and should not be taken granted. Excellencies, every year, World Environment Day has different themes. This year, the theme is ecosystem and restoration. Last year it was time for nature. I feel pride in mentioning here that this year, my country, Pakistan, in collaboration with United Nations Environment Program, is the global host for this day to highlight the importance of ecosystem restoration this year. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the first and very basic condition of happiness is that the link between human and nature shall not be broken. The people who are least responsible, unfortunately, the people who are least responsible for climate change are badly affected by it. From pollution to overpopulation, human activities are driving up the Earth's temperature and fundamentally changing the world around us. Climate change has consequences for our oceans, our weather, our food, and on our health. The ice sheets such as Greenland and Antarctic are melting, making extra waters, causing sea levels to rise and spills out of the oceans, flooding coastal regions. Warmer temperatures also make weather more extreme. This means more intense major storms, floods, heavy snowfalls, and not only these, but also long and more frequent dryouts. For sustainable ecosystem restoration, ecosystem degradation must be stopped and restoration shall undertake on a massive scale. World ecosystem restoration will also help us build back better from COVID-19, warding off future pandemics. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our moment. We are the generation that can make peace with nature. Let's get dynamic and functional instead of pervert to save the nature and environment for us and for the future generations. Thank you very much. As we are out of time, so I'll not, and I'll wind up it here. Thank you, Roshni. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Senator Rahman Malik Saab. Learned a lot from you, and while hearing you, I learned so many things. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very
Thank you
much.
so much, sir. So now I would like to hand over the stage to our one and only Ambassador Dr. Muhammad Saeed Amin Khan, sir. And to introduce him, I would like to say a few words. He's always one person who stands for women rights. And in every conference, if you have noticed, he always includes children or a teenager or the youth. So they get a platform to speak in their young age, in their youth age. So, and he is always one to encourage me to come to this position, always stand here forward, get forward, do something, do for the country, do for the world, do for the nation. He is one of my inspiration. So I would like to hand over the mic and the stage and the whole platform to sir. Sir.
Thank you very much, Roshni. You were so kind, and I am proud on you. I am proud on you, and really, you will always honor my single note. You are always stand for anything, whatever are possible in a human means. We have a question from Muzaffar Mansoor Sahab. He's raising hand. Uh, Unmute Mr. Muzaffar Sahab and say, put your question in front of the audience.
Yeah, I think I have a comment, and also my comment also comes with a question too. I'm a practicing lawyer in the United Kingdom, London. I practice human rights, and in fact, the human rights and climate change, clean water, clean air. I think we cannot separate these two things. You have to change the name, climate change to human rights. The learned speakers, I mean, a very articulate exposition of facts by the former minister of Senator Rahman Malik and Naseem Malik and all others learned speakers. They were very, very valuable comments. I would have missed it. I thank to anybody who has invited me to this August occasion. Is really thought-provoking and My concern is that all 80%, as the Honorable His Excellency the Ambassador has said, 80% of the pollution is caused by these countries. What is there? What I think then it need to be penalized, like Mr. Malik, Rahman Malik has said they should pay, like in London, we pay for all the cars driving to London, we pay for that. I think they should be penalized. They should be taught a lesson that why they are creating this. And another thing is, all countries, wherever the inequality laws need to be amended and the human beings should be made equal. This is my comment. And my question is that how can you ask these countries that they should stop creating pollution of 80%? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Muzaffar Saab. Your question and your remarks both are thought-provoking. On account of the International Human Rights Commission, I can say that from the Kyoto Agreement to the Paris Agreement, we've been all instrumental to push this thing that the responsible should be held accountable. But unfortunately, because the money and the wealth lies in the hand of violators, and the victims are without wealth. I think this is a very good question. I hope that the Excellency Prime Minister Ruiz Dato Barros is the best person to answer you that how much we had made the effort for it. The Prime Minister, you have to respond to this question.
Thank you again. I'm very happy to know that everybody is interested in this subject. Yes, I think in our member state, for the government, we need to work on the conditionalities. You remember in 80s, 90s, there was a lot of conditionalities from the World Bank and IMF. I think we must work on the conditionalities for all kinds of programs for the countries to give some aspect of environment, protection of environment, etc. And to be one of the criteria we must follow in order to achieve what we need. Because now there is a lot of conflict caused by the environment problem, the problem of the sea. You know, the second country in the world who's in dangers of the sea level is Guinea-Bissau. First is Bangladesh, and the after is Guinea-Bissau. Because what happened? There are a lot of robbery in North Sea, from the fish, illegal fish, mangrove cutting, you know. And as you know, mangrove, like in Indonesia, in some Asian country, is protecting the sea, the coast. And the Guinea-Bissau has one of the biggest mangrove reserve of the Africa. But we are still facing the problem with a lot of robbery in North Sea, also to find for woods. And they are coming to cut all the mangroves because it's a very big source of energy, you know. So we must reinforce, the government must put a lot of money to reinforce the patrol, the controlling, and also we need to put some conditionalities in all kind of programs for all the governments. And this is very important because what will happen? We will begin to have a lot of immigrants because of the problem of the environment. And this is not good. And the industrialized country, they already did what they must do. They polluted all the world. And then now we, the poor countries, we need to protect ourselves from what happened because we cannot do with the developing countries, the industrialized countries. So I think the big problem or the most important problems is the government must to have a conscience about what is happening to know that nobody will help us to do what we're supposed to do. So we must put conditionalities in ourselves in order to keep the environment in the good shape, in the good condition. If not, we will not have rice, we will not have a rain, we will not have fish, and nothing else. And as I said, Guinea-Bissau is the second country in the world after Bangladesh, which is in danger of the problem of environment, the sea level. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Honorable Prime Minister. I'm moving to Excellency Senator Dr. Rahman Malik. With your answer, I may suggest Senator Rahman Malik to convene the one in-person conference. The Prime Minister himself and the President and a Foreign Minister of Maldives and Mauritius, because they are the affecting countries, including Pakistan as well. So you people both will sit together in a conference, and we will make it the Climate Action Commission under your co-chairs, which can pursue the IMF, World Bank, Asian Development Bank, Islamic Development Bank, African Development Bank, to put the conditionality of every violator of an ecosystem. I think this is the way, and this is the good suggestion. Senator Excellency Rahman Malik, the floor is yours.
We have small observation. Mr. President, I think what the Prime Minister said, I fully agree and endorse it. And in whole conversation today and discussions, we all have forgotten the correlation between poverty and environment. I'm sure all of you have seen the animals and the human beings drinking water in one pot and one village storage. And it's not in Pakistan. It's all over in the world, wherever there's a poverty. We do talk of poverty, we do talk of elevation of poverty, but I must say, what funds have the IMF or the World Bank for elevation of poverty? My dear sir, $3 trillion have been spent and used in firing missiles, rockets, most of the bombs, drones. You all see waste. If they had spent $1 trillion on environment, today perhaps we would have been praising the US. I fully agree with Mr. Muzaffar. He is living in UK. I was there in exile. When they charge you for your every breath, I have to pay, and everybody has to pay in terms of council tax. You move on from one road to the other road, you have to pay the tax. Fine, pay the tax. Let everybody pay tax. But how much are you spending on the environmental changes? And very rightly I spoke right in the beginning, the West is not with us. It's not 80%, 90% contribution to the West and this whole air pollution. Starting from the airport, taking off abroad, around the orbit, and everything which is being supplied for wars, it is all produced there. All is produced in West. So what is the interest? The same. Mr. Prime Minister, you know what has been happening from Ivory Coast to down the line to Uganda, Nigeria, even all those small countries. And despite your union, and I know your leadership also, how much effort did you put? And you have seen the president of South Africa. He's a friend of mine. I know his work, how he had been doing it. Mr. Prime Minister, The world has been actually divided into blocks. What I'm trying to emphasize in 2 minutes, you see a nuclear bloc, Russia, China, Pakistan, Iran. You see another nuclear bloc on the other side. Of course, South Korea, North Korea, and you know how the North Korea is behaving. And rest is, of course, West. And the way the world is advancing, the way West is advancing towards South Asia, and I'm afraid my studies and being a security analyst and a former interior minister of Pakistan, I foresee, God forbid, I hope for it, the South Asia is not being actually selected for World War III. I have reasons, Excellencies, I have reasons for it. I'm not making a fiction. These are the facts, and it's going to affect the actual environments, which is affected around right now. The percentage of the fleets, fighting fleets, aircrafts, new airports around Indian Ocean and China Sea, around the Gulf, I can count. And the new order, which was once decided in the form of Arab Spring, which could work. I don't want to go into the details. I only pray we living in South Asia, especially my warning to India, I hope to Almighty Allah that US does not get out of this war-ridden country, Afghanistan, without an exit strategy. You do a business, you do anything, you always have a strategy. US till today have not announced any exit strategy. And I'm declaring at an international forum today that I am foreseeing Taliban taking over. And if they take over, let me tell you all and be witness, there will be a massacre there because Talibans have no mercy. They are no human beings. They are traitor of Islam. I gave them the name of Zalman. I fought them for 5 years, rather 15 years. I know how they crept into Africa. I know how they have crept in Croatia. But I have a question. We're sitting from all regions. And I will not ask any question which you belong to or I belong to. But as a victim of the world, I will not hesitate saying, why this terrorism syndrome and this activity only in Muslim bloc? Can anybody question? Can anybody respond? Why? I've written a lot of number of books. I've written this Leading Kashmir. I will send you all. I've written this COVID, and this is the only book written on that. And I've explained it, how it got originated, who is the planner, who is the financer. And by the way, while I was working with Mohtarma Benazir Bhutto, I was to act, and I did act as an intermediary between Saddam Hussein and the Americans via UAE. And we told them 100% with a letter from Saddam that he does not have mass destruction weapons. And you know what was his response? I'm ready to confront anybody. It's too late. We have decided to attack. So was it not a pre-planned thing? So I'm just worried that this thing which is going on in Afghanistan, it may not bring something like that. I'm also witness to the OBLs, Osama bin Laden's ousted from Afghanistan, which Mullah Omar gave actual commitment to me and my team. Some people from UK, some from Afghanistan, which I initiated with Benazir Bhutto. And they said, all right, we send Osama bin Laden in any of the third world, especially Netherlands. And don't attack Afghanistan. I'm repeating, don't attack Afghanistan. And again, the response was, it's too late. So is all this going on, or whatever was going on, was it a part of a conspiracy to divide the world, to rule the world, to have some kind of control somewhere? Exactly in the same way, when they brought in USSR into Afghanistan to fight against communism and bring capitalism. And now, I think all those, especially you all understand, this fight was not between USSR and America. This fight was between, in fact, the communists and of course capitalism. And that's a time when they scooped out the king of Iran, gone, Afghan king gone, Prime Minister Bhutto scooped out. So all those who could resist against this move were removed from the world, and General Al-Haq was brought. I don't want to say much, but it is just part of the history, and mind it, I hope that we are not advancing or entering to the World War III. And World War III, God forbids it happens, then the environmental issue will be different, what we are talking in my language. Any other questions? Pardon?
Any other question? Any other question? I think Ambassador Hassan has some question.
The matter of fact is that not a matter of question, it's a matter of clarifying some points that was made during the session. First, I would like to point out and light on some of the main working group and expertise group that we are working and we are part of it at the Human Rights Council, especially on the main topics of development that is being witnessing a lot of problems between states and international organizations when it comes to the rules and implementations of some of the articles that are being under discussions. The matter of fact is that we had some difficulties with some states implementing, or not saying implementing, but I can say translating the real meaning of some of these articles. Therefore, the Human Rights Council President and the Secretary General demanded later on to go with expertise and states together to try to find solutions to these main articles that are under debate. The fact is that we are facing many problems at these working group and expertise group because of some states' interest that is going in conflict with the memorandums and MOUs that are being made in the past. And this is why we are working on some adjustment and amendments in articles. And personally, I did more than 8 amendments, and we added some articles also to some MOUs, especially in development and military security working group. The problem is not a final definition on development where climate change and energy and all these topics goes under it. There is no final definition. And this was also a problem. And during the last session on the IGWG working group on development, we had a long discussion on how to find a common definition between states and these articles that are under debate. We hope that we will end up soon, as it was shifted to September meeting in New York and another one in Geneva to reach a zero draft on all these articles that are under debate. So I hope that also we can join efforts through participants from this session to reach a common point that I can raise up during the upcoming sessions at the United Nations of Geneva. Thank you.
Yeah, I just respond to His Excellency, Mr. San. I've heard you before in various forums and your efforts. I will just quote you one example of the Secretary General of the UN who visited Pakistan. And I was, in fact, appointed as a point man to talk on behalf of Pakistan. I asked a question from the Secretary General. Why you are in this region? Will you ask Prime Minister Modi to lift the curfew? And please verify from him. He's a friend of mine. I've worked with him a number of times. And he said, Mr. Malik, you have a very valid question. But I'm sorry, Modi doesn't understand you. So you very rightly said, when in law and order, in implementation of law and order, there are compromises, then this is no more law. This is the marriages of convenience. It's unfortunate, we are the victims of West. And I say it now. I have been saying in the international forums, you tell me how many actions have the West taken in his own country on the human rights? What happened in the United States against blacks? Have you heard the punishment? Have you heard any action, Excellency? No. Unless UN brings a law for everybody, a law to be implemented without any discrimination. There is no word in the books of law, in the books of judiciary, where there is a discrimination. Your Excellency, your excellent suggestion. I would like to advise the President, Mr. Chairman, please make this as a resolution. If all of us agree, we sign and send it to the Secretary General UN that this forum strongly believes that this proposal, if you agree that your name come because you're an international civil servant, otherwise let it come from this forum. And whatever the difficulties are being faced to him in human rights. And the last word, Your Excellency, I think, sorry to say, you're all from UN. UN is becoming, redundant, sorry to say, it is becoming redundant. It is you all. You have to stand for it, sir. You have to stand for it like you said it today. Because a time will come when the people will get fed up and say, thank you, Mr. General Secretary. Thank you, UN. We don't want you. I think people like you are fighting it out. And I'm sure many like you would be talking there. And we're all equal in the eyes of Allah, in the eyes of God, and in the eyes of Ram, because all have to go back to our Creator. Let's do our duties and duties toward the poor and the oppressed ones. And you know how many nations are oppressed at the moment. Thank you.
Your Excellency, you are quite right in this situation. I know the limitation of the United Nations Secretary General. I think the Prime Minister also knows, because he been an international civil servant before he becomes the Prime Minister, and then he was a politician, but he's a scientist too. Very briefly, I can say 2 words on the position of the Secretary General. On the position of
Prime Minister, because you are his advisor, I know it. He's going to.
I was honored to be advisor, special diplomatic advisor to the Honorable President. And
when he starts.
Yeah, it's in my honor. I really I feel privileged that I served the four prime minister of the four countries, and honorable the excellency prime minister is one of them. That he honored me to be his special diplomatic advisor, and still I owe it that I wanted him to bring the Pakistan, and still up has it the things and something changed, but we are committed to that in coming months we will make sure that in coming month if the honorable prime minister is vaccinated, so we will bring the prime minister in Pakistan as well. So
he's welcome. He stands invited by me, his delegation. Just tell me, we'll provide all logistics starting from ticket to stay here. But finally, Mr. Chairman, be pragmatic. List out those oppressed.
I had already, Excellency. We discussed issues.
Intervention.
I mean,
You're right.
it's I understand. Let me tell you one thing, that Antonio Guterres and me having an almost 12 years relationship with each other, and Guterres is a very nice man. But if we are looking at the UN Charter, even Muzaffar Saab is a lawyer, and Naseem Malik Saab, and even Ambassador Hassan is sitting here. The UN Charter is not giving much power to the UN Secretary General to act.
Chairman, may I add something?
Chairman, may I add one thing? Just tell you one thing. Please give me just 1 minute. Our ex-Prime Minister Ingvar Carlsson, our Prime Minister Ingvar Carlsson, after Olof Palme, he was the Prime Minister. When he resigned, he was given the opportunity to do something, how we can show the face of the United Nations in the world. What he did, he worked and said only one thing: if we want to bring peace, and if we want that there should be respect of the United Nations, that this veto right should be abolished. I think this is the only one thing we can work. If we start with Ambassador Rahman Malik, my brother, Sweden did not participate in the bombings without, you might be knowing. So we must start this, that abolish the veto right.
For the last 20 years, I have been actually advocating this.
We are
delegated from that.
1 minute. Please 1 minute. Please 1 minute.
Chairman, may I say?
We cannot be emotional, although we are human.
No, we are not emotional. We are expressing our views.
We have to find out the way. I always said that we have to find out the way how we can convert the existing laws to replace, and it's need a very hectic job to do. And I'm sure that we can make it. I am assuring you, we can make this happen. But it needs to be the underdeveloped countries to be united. If the underdeveloped countries will be united, then it can be a biggest force to change the United Nations Charter and to amend it.
And the 56 Muslim countries. And the 56 Muslim countries.
I am working on it. I am not calling about the Muslim and non-Muslim, because I am the chairman of the human rights, and I keep my words that I am for every human being. So this is what I mean.
Before I finish,
Chairman, may I intervene in a serious subject, please?
Just a moment. As I said, that we should bring. We are virtual. We should bring the Honorable Prime Minister. He is a very value-added person in the world, and I'm sure when we will make it, the consultation commission who proposed, I'm sure. I'm telling you 100% with the guarantee that if not 100%, we will achieve it 80% at least.
Your Excellency, this 20%, and Mr. Sand will agree to me, the third world are those countries who are against this veto, or they want to actually bring the right path. They bring the right path like this, and the word powers, the veto powers, divert you on the left, and you keep wandering in jungle in the search of solution. And by the time
Chairman,
in between
can I say a word on the veto issue?
Forthcoming Prime Minister and the the former Prime Minister, I am stuck in it. So let it to be having one session on the issues pertaining which we are facing, the underdeveloped and poor countries are facing, from Afghanistan to Nigeria, and from New York to the Norway. So let it to be, we do it. We will not include the rich countries, but first let it to be a consultation between the underdeveloped countries led by Honorable Prime Minister and you. I wish that you should be a Prime Minister of Pakistan so that my work will be more easy. So let it be start, and I think
I need a few words, please, to say something about the veto issue that was mentioned by Brother Nassim Malik. And I want to inform you that this was mentioned during the working group on military and security group. And I noted this, and it was taken by the group, and it was written, and it was put in the resolution, and it is on the draft now on the way to New York, that veto should be out of the humanitarian aspects and not be used in any of it. This is imperative now, and it is being written.
And
okay.
This is what is the achievement of the
many of you become Prime Ministers and do your duty there, sir.
It is the diplomacy. What we have achieved through diplomacy of the International Human Rights Commission. We forced 47 countries to make it this draft for the approval of General Assembly.
Diplomacy is finished now in the world. It's a diplomacy and security. Security has taken over the diplomacy, unfortunately, sir. What is happening in the West? One drone is enough. One mother of the bomb is enough. The diplomats are...
There is a way out always. There is a way. Where is a will, there is a way. And I have a strong will. There will be a way.
One day I will press again.
Thank you very much.
The United Nations, and you see this roaring voice there. Exactly the same way.
Inshallah, let it to be hope for the best. Let it to be hope.
How much will the Prime Minister be conversing in his country?
And yes, of course, Honorable Prime Minister, you are having a standing invitation. You just let us know that when you are available to visit Pakistan, we will host you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellencies. Thank you very much. The real guest said, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, ambassadors. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Malik Saab. Thank you, Malik Saab. Thank you.
God bless
We'll
you,
discuss,
God
inshallah.
bless you.
Thank you, dear brother.